Do you want to come and tell us what you would like to tell us?
Sure.
Thank you.
Morena, thank you for the opportunity to speak to you face-to-face today. I'm here on behalf of the Salvation Army in Newtown. Newtown is home to Wellington Community Ministries for the Salvation Army that extends across the CBD out to the eastern suburbs in terms of welfare support. Also Wellington Bridge, which is an alcohol and other drugs service, is also on our site. Early Childhood Education Centre, second-hand store, and a church congregation. So we're sensitive to the needs of residents who are struggling to find adequate car parking. We're also aware of the need to better protect our environment by having less cars on the road. Despite these positive outcomes from the proposed parking changes, we do want to raise the following concerns with Council. The first of these is adjusting to reduced unrestricted car parking around our centre will impact approximately 50 Newtown Centre staff. That includes social workers, clinicians, volunteers and support staff, as well as teachers who commute and do not have car parks at our centre. It will also impact those early childhood education parents who park in Newtown during the day and leave their cars there and then switch to a different mode of transport, such as buses or bikes, to work in the CBD or other locations. It will also impact those who use our centre for a range of activities. This includes seniors groups, plunket and English language tutors who are regular users of our centre. Secondly, we feel that the proposed 2-hour parking limits will not be long enough for those attending church services and funerals, and we note that this will be a concern for other faith communities, mosques and synagogues as well. We do feel like we're sort of haggling here, that maybe this is a bit of a done deal, and so therefore we're just trying to haggle on the time a little, but we feel that a 3-hour limit would be fairer. This is because there's a strong relational component both to tangi and also to worship services. There are typically before and after match functions around Kai that would be really difficult for people if they're having to rush away and move car parks on the weekends or on other days. Similarly, allowing longer parking periods will allow people time to connect a range of activities in one outing, such as shopping, enjoying a meal with friends, and perhaps seeing their GP, etc. This is a concern particularly for elderly people in our community. We believe 3 hours would still provide a deterrent to those who might currently park all day, so it would mitigate some of those concerns for residents, but it would also balance some of the needs for community-enhancing activities. Thirdly, and importantly to us, we believe we have a wellbeing advocacy responsibility about the cost of annual parking permits on low-income households. We believe that an additional cost may well drive increased need for help from the Salvation Army and other social services. Already from our centre this year, we've provided around 1,300 food parcels so far. That's up from 900 last year. It's nearly tripled from 2019. So it's really, really hard for people out there at the moment. And so we suggest that perhaps some exemption system for low-income people could be established, and suggest using the eligibility of the community services card would be good, as the criteria are already well understood across the motu. And it wouldn't create such a burden on council to establish something. And then finally, we just also point out that the proposed changes do work best with a reliable and affordable public transport system. So we would just say in your mahi around there, and in your collaboration with other services, including centralised government, just anything you can do to make that better, more reliable, and particularly for those people who may be shift workers or working or just travelling at times where it's maybe not so safe. That would be really important to us as well. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Ray.
Great, thank you very much for coming in this morning. Looking at those staff that come in daily, if they have 3-hour parks, that wouldn't really be enough for them to stay there all day.
It wouldn't be enough for them, and that's why I say we're probably feeling like we're sort of haggling. Maybe I'm wrong. I'd like to think we're wrong. So some of them we will encourage, and Council has been really good about helping us to understand how we could support staff to do changes in modality. So for some of them, we'd be saying, look, where you live, you could easily get on a bus and come in for the 20 minutes it currently takes you to drive around the suburb looking for a park and walking, which is already a problem.
So do you have any staff that can't catch public transport for any reason?
We would have a number who come from outer suburbs, including where it's lots and lots of trips. And if you've got school-age children, particularly younger ones, and you might have to get away in a hurry, for some of them that's a real anxiety.
Oh, great. And have our staff spoken to you about this before, or have they spoken to you yet about this?
Yeah. So we've met in the consultation process, and we also had a couple of your staff come to our centre, which was really helpful.
Great, that's good. We'll see where we can sort something out. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Kia ora, Christina. Thanks for coming in. Just note you've got a great car park out the back. Sorry, did I miss?
Yeah.
I don't know, because I came in a bit later.
That's okay. Yeah, we do have a good car park at the back.
How is that
So
utilised?
the way that's allocated is that for social workers, including housing social workers or people who have to travel as part of their role, or who may have lease cars that they're not allowed to take home, which is only a few, those are allocated to them. So our AOD Addiction Rehab Centre has a number of staff car parks in there. We have one for our second-hand family store truck. We have volunteers and groups that come in during the day that use some of our maybe about 10 or 11 visitors parks, and those are also used as drop-off pickup parks for parents for the Early Childhood Centre. So it's fairly well used. Less used on the weekend for church congregation. That's right.
Cool. Thank you so much for your submission. And you touched on the fee, and we know Newtown is a bit of a challenging place. What that means, can you just tell us, you know the community very well, what that 200 means for some people and how that's a big thing?
Well, at the moment, we're just having, we would have 15 people a day coming into our reception. Looking for food at the moment, and it's just really difficult. Every little bit now is quite challenging to people. So some of them will already have all of their other things sorted. They may have good accommodation, they may have maybe their benefits sorted, or perhaps some employment, but then just those extra bills are the things that mean that they run out of food or money for doctors or that sort of thing. And so, so that's quite difficult. Coming up to Christmas, that's heightened for us at the moment, so we're even more aware. Lots more working people than we have previously seen, so it's not a case of just people who maybe can't work for whatever reason, and a great deal of mental health distress at the moment as well. So it's not easy out there for people.
Sarah?
Thank you. Thank you, Christina. I'm really interested in your situation with your workforce. Is there any, I know the hospital's been having to think this one through too, is there any way that you can encourage carpooling to work, or is this something that you've already thought of or just wouldn't work?
So that was something when your team came in, and that was quite useful, and so one of the things that we would do if this goes ahead is try to bring staff together, maybe if others need to come to our centre as well and hear that, is just look at options, encourage people to do that. There already some of that does happen. So I mean, we're open to that because we do want to move forward. We do want to not be so car dependent, but for, say for parents of school kids or people who are coming, it's also really hard to hire decent social workers and clinicians. It's quite competitive out there, so we don't want to push ourselves out of the game by having people go, well, why would you want to work in Newtown? Because it's just too difficult to park. So it is a tension. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I understand that. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. That was very much appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you. All the best.
Anna, thank you. Our next presentation is from Patrick Morgan, who's online.
Hey, kia ora, councillors. Good to join you this morning. Sorry I can't be there in person, and thanks for your attention today. Newtown Connections is a really important project for us. Every day I hear from our supporters. They are sick of near misses with traffic. They really need Newtown to be safer for people who travel by bike and every other way. I guess I'll start off by saying Cycling Action Network strongly supports your plans for Newtown. It's a great start. We need to keep going further. There's some gaps in the network. For example, no connections with Kilburnie or to southern suburbs such as Houghton Bay. it's disappointing to see these have been dropped from the current plans. But let's get on with what we've got anyway. The other gaps is that we're disappointed to see we don't have connections on both sides of, say, Rintoul Street. Protected uphill lanes are really good, it's what we need, but downhill, just relying on people mixing with general traffic is really not up to scratch. We need to do better than that. Yeah, I think that were my main points, and I wanted to give you time for questions. This happens to be the suburb I live in, but in no way should that be seen as colouring my remarks. This is for everyone in our community.
Thanks, Patrick. We've got a few questions, I think. Ray?
Thanks very much, Patrick. You know that I'm also a cyclist, and so I'm not anti-cycle lanes at all, but I am getting very, very concerned about the presentations that we've been listening to regarding people coming to the hospital and just now about the Salvation Army. So if they can't actually get their staff in, if there's no places for them to park, I'm very concerned that we're going to lose a valuable resource for helping the poor and sort of are vulnerable in the society, and of course all the people who go to the hospital. Thank you. So, So, is there any way that you can think of a compromise around these things? Thank you.
Thank you for your question, Ray. Firstly, I know you ride a bike, and the reason the City Council is improving cycling is not only for people who currently cycle, but to attract those people who would love to ride but don't feel safe with the streets as they are. I did hear the last presentation, and it's good to hear presenters say they are open to adapting and change. I think everyone knows that we can't keep transport the way it is now. It's not sustainable. We don't compromise on basic safety. Our streets need to be safe, and it's your job as councillors to make sure that happens. Around that, I get it that people need to adapt to changes in the way they get around. I think there's a lot of potential for that. I stand at Hospital Road on Adelaide Road and see one car, one person entering the hospital for the morning shift. I think there's a lot of potential for transport mode shift at our hospital and at our other workplaces in Newtown. I also don't think we're at any worry of losing staff because they're finding it harder to find a park in Newtown. Newtown is an amazing place. I'm lucky to live there. It attracts a lot of people to work and live, and I think these changes will make Newtown even better. Thank you for your question, Ray.
Great, thanks, Patrick.
Sarah?
Thank you, Patrick, and your advocacy, as usual, is very staunch. What we're hearing that's concerning me a little bit is that what we're doing is very, very dependent on a decent bus system and bus services. So I'm just asking how much your organisation's actually doing to simultaneously present to Greater Wellington around the need for them to lift the game, especially in areas where we're taking out a lot of parking, to provide cycle infrastructure.
Sure, we're across that as well. I noticed that Metlink has now hired a lot more bus drivers, so services are close to what we expected before. I also put that back on council too. It's great to see bus lanes in Newtown. That's what really gets our buses moving more reliably and frequently. So thank you for including bus lanes in your earlier plans. I think that's, there's more you could do too. You could probably prioritise buses at traffic signals. That would incentivise public transport and give people a real choice in how they get around. And yes, we are advocating with Metlink. Thank you, Sarah.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Patrick. That's much appreciated. And our next presentation is from Tony Payne.
Kia ora koutou, I'm Tony Payne, I'm the CEO of Mary Potter Hospice, and as you know we have an inpatient unit up the top of Main Street, and our submission to you today echoes the submission made by our colleagues in the Salvation Army. We have on any given week around 50 staff who come onto our workplace, many of whom are working shifts for us, so they're very time critical in terms of when they turn up to work their shifts. So a nurse or a doctor or someone like that. 50 staff currently dependent on parking on the street to be able to come to work. And we are already struggling to recruit staff because of the parking issue. We have staff routinely saying to us, we also have centres in Porirua and Kapiti. We have staff saying, well, I'd like to work in Porirua. I don't want to come and work in Newtown because I cannot get a park. We do have on-site car parking, but that is all being used by visitors, and you can imagine in the service that we provide, we want families to be able to park at a minute's notice when we ring them up and say it's time to come in to say goodbye to your loved one. We have to reserve that parking for family and volunteers, and we also have some fleet cars that we keep in a pool on the site. I think that even with an optimistic view of the changes that you're proposing, we think we're going to really struggle to keep the hospice viable and to keep patient care working safely and to ensure that visitors aren't stressed by the additional stresses that they're already facing of having to find a park. And we'd echo the comments that the Salvation Army made about the 2-hour time limit. Obviously, if you're at the bedside of someone who is in the last days of their life, you don't want to have to worry about going back and moving your car or changing your car park or thinking you've only got 2 hours. So look, we humbly think that you're solving one problem and creating another problem in the solution, and the compromise isn't quite yet right. We have two suggestions for you. One is we noticed that where you have reserved longer stay car parking for non-residents, that's a long way from the hospice. And we've already got issues, because we run 24/7, we've got issues with people having to walk to their cars at night and safety and things like that. We think it would make more sense if you can keep some longer term non-resident car parks closer to the hospital and the hospice, that would help. But we would also ask you to see us as residents. So we are part of the community of Newtown. Because we have people living in the hospice inpatient unit all the time, but because we are part of the community, and we think this is a community problem, and so we are talking to our staff about carpooling and public transport. But for many of our staff, that simply isn't an option. When we look at where our staff live, and as soon as you're talking about taking more than 2 buses and getting that coordinated for people who have to turn up at 7 o'clock in the morning or at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, that's going to be very hard to work. So we would ask you to think of us as residents, and therefore think about how you provide organisations like ours with resident permits and visitor permits. So perhaps there's some compromise here where you could say, you're a resident of Newtown, so you can have 9 or 10, given that's the number of people you have living in your service, you could have 9 or 10 residence permits to give to your staff to use on the street. So we haven't been approached by your staff yet, but we'd like to hear from them. We haven't been proactive either, so this is the beginning of the dialogue, I understand. But we think there might be some ways of creating a compromise that will allow us to ensure that our staff can get to work and provide the care they provide for people at the end of their life. We are really worried about this, and we do think that we don't have any alternative. We don't have the capacity to move the hospice, but we are very worried that this will significantly imperil the good work that we are doing. Happy to take questions.
Thanks very much, Tony. I guess my question is very similar to my question to the Salvation Army. I see you as being a very valuable service that you're offering there, and I think it's extremely important for you to be able to get your staff there. Do you think that having a residence permit would be enough for them to find a park?
I appreciate that you're not going to be able to find us, 50 people across the week. Let's say that's 5 or 6 a day. We've already got staff who are spending 20, 30 minutes driving around looking for a car park. And I appreciate that this is a complicated problem. And so we are encouraging staff to think about public transport. I personally bike to work, but I'm lucky enough that I live close enough to be able to do that and use your wonderful cycle lanes. But not everyone can do that. We've got people living in the hut. We've got people living in Porirua who come into, and the health workforce is under-resourced in any case. So it's not the sort of work where we can just say, well, everyone can live in Newtown. We are fishing from a pretty small pond. So any compromise you can offer us that will help. We are also looking at the way we use parking on work, how we use our fleet cars. We're also looking at whether we can move some of our team out to Porirua and things like that. So we know we need to compromise, but we think that some residence permits would help with that compromise.
Great. Thank you very much.
Sarah?
It's a really wicked problem we're facing, isn't it? What sort of shifts do your staff normally work? What sort of time frames do they need?
They're out from 7 to the middle of the afternoon, then from the middle of the afternoon till...
Similar to hospital workers.
Same as hospital
And
shifts.
is there any, I know you have some accommodation that you've purpose-built. Is there any way that you don't use that for your own staff?
It's a commercial venture to help us raise money. Some staff do live in the apartments, but they pay to live there, and
of course,
that helps a couple of people, but it doesn't help the workforce.
This is the kind of problem that we're going to have to be very creative to solve, and everyone's going to have to be very creative. But thank you very much for your suggestions and for explaining your issues.
No, thank you.
Yeah.
Tony, thanks so much for coming in and letting us understand the situation. Just a question, and I know everyone's at different stages of the journey, but have you been able to survey your staff at all yet to understand their travel profile?
We know where they live.
Yeah.
We know how that, those that are using buses already and things like that, which is how we arrived at the number. So 50 is, I suppose that's about maybe about a half of the staff that come to the site. The rest are either paying for parking, paying at the hospital, or paying in some of the private car parks around Newtown, or using public transport or cycling. So we do understand that, and we've also talked to staff about carpooling and things like that.
Yeah, great. Okay, no, I look forward to the staff working with you. But thank you so much, Your Mahi, and for coming in. We really appreciate it.
Okay.
Thank you, Tony. This is a decision as to whether to go ahead with the parking management plan. You're really saying the parking management that you have now, well, the situation you have now, does that sort of works? I know.
Yes, it's certainly better than what you're proposing, but it's still hard for a number of our staff to get car parking because they are, we know it's tight in Newtown, and people are driving around looking for parks, and from time to time people park places that they shouldn't, and all that kind of stuff, and that's just, that's...
Yeah, and are some of your staff, those who rely on on-street parking, are they a certain subset of staff, like, for example?
80% of the people who come to the building are clinical staff, so they're doctors and nurses and social workers and OTs and so forth. The rest are administrators and other members of the team. So there's no distinction.
And so in some ways, can I just say that perhaps you're really saying, can we just not go ahead with this because it's going to hurt you pretty badly, maybe affect the viability?
Yes, I would say that in actual fact. I think that, those of you who know the health system know that we're under a hell of a lot of pressure in any case, and recruiting staff, we've got a global shortage of healthcare workers around the world, is really hard in any case. This already adds to our ability to recruit staff, and this will make it worse and harder.
Yeah,
so I think we are saying go ahead. Yeah.
So I know from personal experience what a great facility you have, and I thank you for coming along and just putting the cards on the table about really that there are some serious potential losers with going forward.
Don't get me wrong. I think we are happy to continue to look for the compromises that make the wicked problem solvable. But at this stage, we feel hamstrung as well, and we are deeply worried about this.
Okay, thank you. All the best.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you for coming to speak to us. Obviously, one of the things is this is just really focused on a transport route, but understanding that this is a huge health precinct of the city and the region, isn't it? Well, would you have a view in terms of, would it not be better for this council to work more effectively in making sure that there is sufficient off-street parking before we start dealing with the on-street parking issues?
Yes.
It's a bit of a patsy question, I know, but I'm just...
that makes sense, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Along with all the other solutions that we're looking at in terms of getting the public transport working and carpooling and encouraging people onto the bikes and everything. I think this is a multifaceted problem.
So I suppose, and because there's many players like the health board and the hospice and lots of other organisations, whether it would be appropriate for the council to be able to work with them and say, how can we utilise our space available?
All have significant off-street parking. I mean, we've got 28 car parks at the hospice. I don't know what the Sallies have got, something similar, and the hospital's got a huge car park. So maybe there is some engineering to be done there, and also with the private providers, like a number of our staff park at the local, the school car park and the Wilson's car park up the road. And,
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Sorry, last question.
One more question. We just recently did a scheme in Kilburnie that actually went quite well. We'd mooted that scheme 5 years ago when it didn't go, it wasn't well received. Can you see a time frame that it might be that we could allow for people to kind of make some changes? And if so, what might that time frame be?
Look, my sense is that the percentage of the staff, not just at our place, but at the Sallies and the other workplaces, the percentage of the staff for whom an alternative to a vehicle, maybe it's 20%. So unless you've got the public transport working in a way that could get someone from Lower Hutt to Newtown in time to start a 7 o'clock shift and know that they're there at 7 o'clock. Because if they don't turn up, we've got patients who need nurses. That means another nurse has to stay on and not go home to bed. So it's the public transport has to be working well enough to deliver people not just within Kui, but actually on time. So I think the answer to your question is that feels like and the sort of thing that Councillor Calvin was talking about, and doing the parking and things like that, the off-street parking. That feels like
There's work to be done.
Yeah, and that feels like years, not months.
Okay.
Great. Hey, thank you very much, Tony. That was really appreciated.
Thank you. Thanks.
And our next presentation is from Chris Peace. Thanks, Chris.
Thank you. Good morning, and thank you for the opportunity to talk to you. I believe there should be a slideshow coming up.
We're just having a couple of technical difficulties, so it'll be 30 seconds.
That's fine. I understand the technical difficulties. I have them myself. Could you bring that full screen, please?
We can see it all up. We've got it's full screen on our screens. Does it matter? Could we get it? Could you maybe?
Thank you. That's perfect. And again, thank you for the opportunity to speak to councillors and officers. I'm Chris Peace. I live at 23 Royal Street in Berhampore, and I'm also representing my wife, Ruth Brassington, and I'm hoping I can make this. Could you perhaps, somebody, yeah, oh good, thank you. We have no comments on almost everything that Council is proposing in relation to parking controls and other issues, but where we live in Royal Street and where we've been for 28 years is a cul-de-sac, and our house is at the end, and I'm hoping I can make this. It's. If I may move forwards, I have a loud voice, and I'll prevent. Ah, that would be wonderful. Thank you so much for your help. Yes, Royal Street is a cul-de-sac. Parking is often at a premium because of that, and we're not desperately far from Newtown, where people wish some to work in the hospital. Parking short supply. We are at the southern end, and on screen you can see a red circle indicating where my house is. We have no options to create off-street parking other than by very expensive, considerable engineering works. And the access to our house is by steps, and I show there in that photograph my car and the steps to the left-hand side of the car, the right-hand side of the screen. Our car is a small car. We have to park it with some care to make sure that we don't block our own access and also leave access for pedestrians. We often have to carry our shopping up or baggage, and the post service and couriers come to the door. A large vehicle such as a truck or builder's van sometimes blocks our access. And in the next slide, this was the scene yesterday with this builder's van parked outside, nearly completely blocking the access to our house. And this has been an increasingly common issue for us, sometimes making it very difficult to get into the front of our house and the interior of the house, therefore. So I'm hoping to come to this slide. The council proposal is, as far as we can tell, to limit parking on the east side of Royal Street, except that area at the bottom of the steps leading to our house. And that will create that space being a premium for anybody else who lives in Royal Street or discovers that this is not a time-limited car park. And whatever happens there, this will cause that space to become a lot more popular. Parking for us will become a little bit more difficult, but that isn't an issue. It's the access to our house. So what I'm asking council will do is restrict parking in the bay outside our house by limiting it to one car for the occupiers of 23 Royal Street and make no charge for that limitation. That is the basis of what I wish to say this morning, and I think that leaves me with some time to say if you have any questions, I can answer those for you. Thank you for your attention.
Does anyone have any questions?
So you said no charge to the limitations. Are you referring to the yearly charge, the 195?
Sorry,
or
could you speak? I am a bit deaf, but if you could speak louder, that would be very helpful. Thank you.
Cool. I'm asking you, you say no charge to the limitation. So are you asking the charge, the yearly fee, or what charge are you talking?
Just making that space at the bottom of our steps limited to us with no residence parking charge, that we have we know that there is no right to park on a public street, but we believe we do have a right to access to our house. And so limiting that space to us, our car, with no charge means we do have access to our house 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
So do you want to comment on the rest of the parking management plan? Because we are thinking to charge the rest of, the residents. So are you thinking exceptions to be made for some, or are you in general against that?
No other comments, sir. I believe much has to be done to improve traffic movement and, where possible, parking in Wellington, but with a greater and greater emphasis going on public transport. So other than those comments, no objections to anything else.
Thank you, Chris. Actually, sorry, we've run out of time, so I have to stop. But if anyone wants to meet you out the back, they're welcome to. But we've run out of time. So thanks very much for your presentation.
Thank you for your attention.
And we move on now to Beth Walker, who is online. If you're available,
Kia ora
Beth.
koutou. Hello, nice to meet you all. Thank you for having me. I just want to clarify I'm not a representative of any group. I think it may have been listed as such, but I'm just an individual. I live in Island Bay with my 3 other flatmates, and we all cycle into work every day through this main channel through Berempore. So I'm going to talk a little bit about the cycle infrastructure and touch on the parking. Essentially, having separated cycleways that are actually separated with bollards, not just paint on the road, really encourages maybe wanting to take the opportunity to use low carbon transport, but might be feeling a bit daunted by the narrow, like the space on the road and the cars going faster. And I know from talking from people just at the lights and things like that, because it's really nice to be able to chat with people on the way in when you're biking. They say, yeah, I've started cycling now that there's this lane that goes through Lower Newtown down to the basin, and it's really encouraging to hear because I'm pretty passionate about trying to live low carbon, and so cycling around the city is a great way to make that happen. And yeah, in my written submission, I was saying that on the downhill, we often don't put separation between the traffic and such, but for some people, on bikes, they don't go as fast as the vehicles, and it can again cause discomfort and for both people in the vehicles and for the bikes, because they're maybe feeling that they're holding the people up and they want to get out of the way, but then they bike really close to the parked cars, which can be super dangerous because people can open their doors without looking, and that's a really common injury for people on bikes. So essentially, it's fantastic. A proposal for the separation, but I'd argue for having it on the downhill as well for those who maybe have a big loaded up cargo bike, who have their kids on the back, or who are bringing lots of shopping home, because people definitely do that. So want to have a space where they can travel at the speed that they need to in a safe space. In regards to the parking, I'm all for the changes, and I really hope that it brings it sets the scene for more space for sharing the road and providing that room for cyclists and for people to walk in really nice environments that aren't too loud and overstimulating or full of traffic fumes. That is all I have to say. If there's any questions, I'm happy to hear them.
Thank you very much. Has anyone got any questions? Nope, it looks like you made your point extremely clearly. So, sorry, the Deputy Mayor would like to ask you a question.
Yeah. Kia ora, Beth, thank you. It's interesting that all of your flat bike, so I guess just wondering about your friend group at large, what kind of uptake are you seeing at the moment because of the cycle lanes?
Question. So I've recently been involved in some volunteering, and I've been talking to people about how they get around the city in that volunteer group, and so many of them have said, yeah, I'm buying a bike. Can you help me buy a bike, Beth? I'm ready to start because there's a bit more infrastructure now and I feel safer to get out on the road. So it's really happening, and that's just within my little friend group, right? So that's happening across the board, I should imagine. And yeah, all my flat cycle, I started out and then converted everybody. We do have a variety of electric bikes and manual bikes, so it's a really good way for people to get into it if there's hills, because we do live up a hill in Island Bay. Thank you for your question.
Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. That was much appreciated. And our next presentation is from Abrahama Locke.
O stea pia tēnā koutou, me mihi ka tika tēnā koutou. Ko nunga tangata maunga, ko tēnā tā awa, ko arawa te waka, ko nā te whakaue, te iwi, ko tonu hupu, te marae, tēnā koutou katoa. Yeah, so whilst I hail from the Bay of Plenty, ko Aperahama James Locke, as you said on the thing as well. While I hail from the Bay of Plenty, I've lived in Berempore for 22 years. Cards on the table, been a cycling commuter since my missus needed the car when we had a kid, and so I had to jump on a bike. So I've been doing that for 16 years, and maybe a bit croaky because I've been up all night watching cricket, and maybe a little bit grumpy too, but I'll try and be calm. So basically I commute from Berempore to town. Been doing it for a long time, and it's my main form of commuting into town here. This is my first submission, so this is fun. Why am I here? So I've been in the neighbourhood for a long time, and there's been some cycle lane dramas in South Wellington, as some of you are probably aware, and a lot of people think this is a bit of a fait accompli, and so I thought, I'll go have a say. I know lots of people aren't submitting because they think it's a fait accompli, so yeah, that's why I'm here really. And my kōrero really is about process. There's a whole bunch of other people who are talking about all the changes, and I suppose that's part of what my kōrero about process. And some process improvements I'd like to have seen done by the council. Maybe some lessons learned from the Island Bay debacle, I don't know, but I think something that's really missing, especially for people who are directly affected by the parking going on both sides of the street is, and I don't think this happened because I asked at some of the open sort of forum things, door knocking and asking those people and seeing who lives there. It could be elderly, like the old mate who was there before, even though he's not necessarily directly affected. Could it be big whānau? There could be people who are disabled. There's lots of different things. And if we're relying on the same old process, maybe these people don't know about it, don't have access. And I don't know, there might be a couple of hundred homes at the most who are directly affected, and I just think that would be a good trust building exercise and actually hearing from the people who are potentially worst affected by it. This might be a bit inflammatory. The consultation site's a comms disaster. That's what I reckon. I think it was hard to read. I would have liked maybe a high-level overview, some sort of interactive map or something with call-outs of where the changes are. It just seemed clunky and hard to use. I know that sort of stuff ain't cheap, but I think you might have got better engagement with the punters if it had something like that. And I think a classic example of that is, that $195 residence fee. It's sort of dug deep within the website to go and find that. And when people see that stuff, it doesn't necessarily build trust with a process where perhaps and where people are already suspicious of how some of these things have happened in the past. Last thing about those open forums really is they're good, and mostly the people there who are representing these changes and you're talking to are good, but some of them are not fit for purpose, whether it be knowledge or even active listening skills or whatnot, and can leave people with an uneasy feeling again. So that's just something as well in terms of your guys who are out there representing the thing. So look, change is hard. Wellington City Council often doesn't manage it well, and maybe follows this failed playbook again and again. So I just really want us to be able to trust you fellas that you're going to do the right thing, and I'm not sure it happened this time again. So ngā mihi, kia koutou for the opportunity. I'll take any questions if there's any.
Cool. Thank you so much for coming and presenting your case, and well noted. My question to you is, how did you come to know about the consultation? Did you get an opportunity to feed back into it, and other than this platform?
Yeah, I'll be fair to say my missus is fairly active. She talks to me about this a lot, but she's more into the detail of what's going on than sort of I am, I don't know, ADHD or something. I don't necessarily get deep into it, and that was part of my thing. But yeah, and I'm 50. I sort of know the process. I'm engaged in. I vote in the elections, rah. So I get it. I work in the public sector. But not everyone can. Not everyone is able to do that. So for me, it was fine, but for some of the others, maybe not. And hence my door knocking suggestion, right?
So you also seems to have a strong opinion about the 195, which is a big deal in the community. Can you touch base what it means for the community in your area? What it means?
I don't have a strong opinion about it because and others have got it. There's other residents parking, like even down here, right? There's residents parking up on the terrace and whatnot. It's more that it seemed like it was hidden, and if that's the perception, I'm pretty trusting, but others aren't. If that's the perception, then it just erodes the trust of the process, is all I'm saying. And obviously, some people won't be able to afford it, and there's some weird rules around it about how many cars, hybrids get priority, you know, these sorts of things. It's sort of like a kick in the guts where I think if people feel like they're losing something, maybe they want to say, okay, you can have it for free for a year or something. You know, there's other things to manage this change management and get the buy-in as well.
Sorry, Ray, have you got a quick question?
Thanks very much for this. Do you think that there are many people who actually aren't aware of the changes that are coming? Like when you're out there talking to different people, you're obviously getting this information, but do you think that we're not getting through to a lot of people?
Hard to say. I don't know. I don't really have an opinion on that. I'm hearing a lot about it, so all the people I know about it, but, you know, I'm a certain demo as well, right? So it's pretty well, but you have to be on certain areas, so I don't know. Sorry, I can't answer that one.
Great, thank you. Hey, thank you very much. That's a really appreciated presentation. Thank you.
Good luck. It's a hard gig. I appreciate you.
And our next presentation is from Rayward Hales.
Good morning, and thank you for the opportunity to come in and speak briefly to our submission. So the submission from CCS Disability Action is really brief, but I'd just like to remind you today of the importance of mobility car parks to people with physical impairments. There will always be people for whom the private vehicle is the only practical means of transport. For some, the new infrastructure and the cycleways, particularly around bus stops, are really challenging to navigate safely. And this has become increasingly important to have the option of a mobility car park where they're needed. The area of the project has very high numbers of places where a person with a disability might need to go across the catchment area from across the catchment area of the city. The proximity to these services attracts residents to the area as well, with a focus on high-density housing, the growth of the ageing population. The demand for the mobility car park will increase. It's not just a few people. Newtown has almost 150 mobility parking permit holders, and there are almost another 100 in Berempore. The wider area has 900 wheelchair users registered for the total mobility scheme. These people not only work and play in the area, but also have visitors who have mobility challenges who would want to visit and do business in the area. So our ask of Council is really clear. It's for Council to continue to provide mobility car parks and to increase the number to be an exemplary service that can stand out to the rest of New Zealand for what it means to provide this service for people with impairments. And secondly, that the Council should be open to more than 2 resident permits for a property where there are 2 or more wheelchair users living at the same property. We have found over the consultation for this project that there have been consultations in spaces that have been very inaccessible. There have been quite large numbers of people attend, which is really interesting. But for people with an impairment or who are older or have hearing impairments, it's very difficult to participate in some of the spaces that have been provided for those consultations. So as I say, I think we're really clear in our ask in this space, and thank you very much for listening to me, and if there's any questions, I'm happy to answer.
Thank you very much for coming in. It's this information is actually very good. 150 disability users in Newtown and 100 in Berempore. That's a lot. So, do you think that we have enough disability parks at the moment? Are there? Do you know of people who can't find a free disability park?
Yeah, we have stories every day of people not being able to keep their doctor's appointment or their physio appointment because they can't find a car park. So mobility car parks are wider than a regular car park, so people can get a wheelchair out of their vehicle. And so it's not possible to park in a regular car park for some people. So when they can't get a car park, they just go home. So it increases the isolation. It's not good for the health and well-being of people who use the services that are predominant in the Newtown and Berhampore area.
Great. Have our officers been to talk to you about this, about where you think that we're lacking in disability parks?
We have lots of consultation and we are always invited to the table, but we don't see a great deal of change, and I think that it's pretty citywide at the moment with the proposed removal of car parks in a lot of spaces.
Great, thank you. I'll have a discussion with them about this. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. That was much appreciated.
Thank you.
And our next presentation is John Ong. Thank you, John.
Kia ora, I'm John. I'm here as just as a resident of Newtown. I live on Rental Street along the route where you're proposing pretty significant changes, and so we use the area every day, and I'm just kind of providing, I guess, some feedback about our experience. Bit of context about me and my household. We're basically a family with young kids. It's me, my wife, a 4-year-old and a 6-year-old. Life is pretty hectic sometimes, as you can imagine. Weekdays typically involve sort of rushing up Rental Street to do the daycare drop-off and then down for school drop-off, and then on to work in the city for work commitments. Hopefully on time, hopefully everyone's got pants on. Today was a good day on that front. So, you know, there's a similar sort of palaver in the afternoon and weekends. It's your typical sort of family and kids sort of activity stuff. Like it's, you know, swimming lessons, music lessons, play dates, that sort of stuff. We're sort of all over the place, but often very local, mostly very local. So on paper, pretty mundane. But that's our Wellington, and it's the practical context, I guess, for what I think about when I want to live in a vibrant, energetic, and livable city. So I wonder whether councillors sometimes feel like you're the complaints department for the council rather than the governing body. But so the first thing I kind of want to say is you've done a really fantastic job with rolling out the Newtown to City bike network. It really is incredible. It's been transformative, and the key thing about it is that it's continuous and connected to the places that we want to go, and it's basically been the thing that's made the biggest difference for us reducing our car use in the family. And the reason for that is that it's increased the range of trips that we do. So, you know, if it's raining at night time, when I've got the kids with me, those are the sorts of things that it opens up. And, you know, it's so much better. And frankly, it's fun. Like, it's so much fun to get from A to B. And fun is a really important thing for a great city. So I'm really supportive of you connecting these really, you know, good bits of infrastructure with the Newtown to Berhampore bike and bus improvements. And, you know, the reason for that is hopefully it'll unlock the network benefits for everyone, including e-scooterers and micro-mobility users. And definitely in our area, I expect to see experience fewer near misses, at least uphill anyway. One thing I think that could be better is the mixing of bikes and buses and cars cuts out people who want to, kids who are going to school basically on their bikes. I don't know how comfortable I'd be with my kids riding the 300 metres home from Swiss when they go there, for example. And you know, you've heard a lot of submitters, I think, or a few submitters talk about how narrow Rental Street is. I'm not a roading expert, I'm a user, but my experience of Rental Street is that it's not actually that narrow, because when the cars are taken away, the parked cars are taken away from each side of the road for, you know, doing various works, it's luxuriously wide. And you know, it's really usable. In normal times, you get this weird game of chicken between vehicles basically sort of hogging the middle of the road. And the reason for that is we're trying to avoid the hazard of parked cars on our left. So I support the changes that you're proposing to the parking scheme. We didn't move, it's fair to say we didn't move to Newtown for the free and easily accessible parking on street. It's just part and parcel of being in an inner city suburb. So given that you're looking to roll this out more widely, I'd encourage you to kind of give yourself the option of being able to tweak your prioritisation and pricing for who gets those resident permits. I think $195 is a flat fee. To me, it's reasonable, but I can sort of see that it's a pretty blunt tool. And having a limit of 2, you might want to think about differential pricing or concessional rates. And I had some detailed sort of submissions in my on design detail around some light phasing and removing some car parks, but I think I'll leave those for the written submission and just kind of leave it for questions.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Got a couple.
Cool, thank you. I read your submissions, and example of where you suggested a protected cycle lane or rental street on both sides. And the previous submitter, as you can hear, there are about 250 disability people who live car park. We need car park. So how do you compromise that suggestion of yours with people who really need it? Car parks in front of their house, example, making it in both sides is a bit difficult in this case. So what kind of compromise from your side, even though officers are not suggesting that?
The first thing I'd say is I accept that you've made a compromise in your design. It's not actually the best option for me as a bike user, but I also need a car park because I have a car. And in my case, I've been able to have one off street. It's a really tricky thing. Change is hard, and you kind of just have to find something that will accommodate people who do have that greater need.
John, I've been concerned about Kōrau Street, but number one, do you think it is the right route for the cycleway?
I'm not a planning expert, but I do use it every day. I mean, every day and every week we go south as well. I think it works fine if there's protection for people on bikes. So the issue is that there's parked cars on the side of the road. They're actually, it's quite hazardous as a driver as well. So when you're pulling out from Stoke Street or a driveway, the parked cars obscure your vision, and it's really hard to see cars and bikers, coming from either direction. I've had endless near misses. But your alternatives are, I think, probably a little bit less palatable as well.
Right. And the second question is, you would know your neighbours a little bit better than I do. If we were to take every single car park off Rintoul Street, how much hardship do you assess that would cause people?
Yeah, a lot. And I totally get that. Yeah. I mean, it's change is hard. So if you've been in the area for a long time and you're used to having basically that sort of patch in front of your house as being available to you, it would feel like you're sort of getting that taken away from you. So I totally get that. But there's a mechanism for, my personal view is that there's a mechanism for getting a reliable car park, which is basically to buy or to rent one. But there's not a mechanism to buy or rent a connected and sustainable transport network.
Right. Okay. Thank you.
Great. Thanks very much, actually. That's very much appreciated. Thank you. Sorry, I've run out of time, Ray. Our next person is Carol Comber.
Kia ora koutou. Kia ora koutou. Thank you very much for listening to me. I'd just like to talk about Newtown parking. My first point is, at the moment in the documentation it says P120 for the casual parking. I think in Newtown P180 would be much better, primarily because a lot of people come to Newtown, often to the hospital, but they don't always have time to whip out and get that cup of coffee or go and buy that book or whatever. And I think it would be nice for Newtown to accrue some benefit back for the fact of having all this, the hospital taking up a lot of their space. So that's, I would say, P180, and I would say only put the restrictions during the weekdays, because in the weekdays we don't hear that, in the weekend we don't hear that there's really a problem with parking. So my second point is about ineligible vehicles, particularly trailers. My feeling is if we ran a emergency management lens across this policy, we would find that if we needed to transport bladders of water after an emergency, we would really love to have some trailers available and not shunted off to somewhere else. So I would really love trailers to be allowed. And I also feel that those ineligible vehicles, although I personally wouldn't want them in my street, of course, but if people have a motorhome or have whatever, that's part of their lifestyle and that should be accommodated. Number 3, visitor parking. I think it's fantastic that you've got the provision for visitor parking. That's a really good idea. And mobility parking spaces, I wasn't sure where the parks would be for people's homes. So I was thinking you have the records of where people live who apply for them. So you could probably make them, say, within 20 metres of their house, making it easy for them to use them rather than for them to have to go right around the block somewhere to find a mobility park for those people who really, really need them. And my last point is about the hospital. Now, during the consultation, we heard that about 1,000 cars come to Newtown and they have been the problems parking on the streets. And that's made up of hospital workers and people visiting patients, etc. We also heard that separate consultations were being done with the hospital, but when you read through the summary document, there's no reference at all about what has been conclusive about that. So it's kind of, for me, it's a leap of faith, whether whatever has been proposed and whether it would work and whether I agree with it. So I would like to see a little bit more detail about that. And in fact, judging by today's paper, perhaps that consultation isn't quite concluded just yet. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any questions? No, it looks like you've made your points really clearly, so thank you very much for your time. Thank you. And Patrick Liu is our next person who's online, and after that we're having a short break.
Tēnā katoa katoa. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for the opportunity for me to provide feedback on the Bahamba and Newtown parking scheme. I am a member of the Wellington Chinese Baptist Church on Donald McLean Street in Newtown. I go to church on Sundays. The Sunday school and the Sunday service of the church usually starts before 10 a.m. and finish after 12:30. So very often the church have work, events and activities in the afternoon as well. Donald McLean Street is included in the new parking scheme, and it suggests that to have the P120 parking restrictions apply Monday to Sunday, 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. If this restriction is passed and applied, so many of the church members and attendees cannot come to the church with a peace of mind and not worrying about the overdue parking. So it might eventually cause a decline in the attendance in our church. So please consider to remove the 120 parking restrictions on Sundays along the Donald McLean Street and the nearby Daniel Street. So thank you.
That was very clear. Does anyone have any questions? Ray has.
Thanks very much. I know Donald McLean Street quite well. So during the week, do you find that you'll find that all the car parks filled up there? So it's only in the weekend or the Sundays that you actually find empty parks. Is that right?
Well, to be honest, I do not go to church in the weekdays. So we do have a few staff that are working there, but I believe that if they need to be there regularly, so they can apply the resident parking in some sort. So that's I think that will be workable for them. And sometimes we have Saturdays activities. So, but I do not. Of course, that will be not as regular as the Sunday activities.
Thank you. And so would you suggest not having any parking restriction certainly on Sundays, but also possibly on Saturdays, or a restricted car parking time?
I think Sunday is what I request for. So if you can extend it to have no restriction on Saturday, that would be a better arrangement for us.
Great, thank you very much. That was much appreciated. Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay,
thank
guys, we now have a half-hour break until 11 o'clock. This is the pre-lunch session. And our next presenter is Ruth Fraser, who will be joining us online. It's your turn, Ruth, to talk to us. Ruth, we can't hear you. You haven't turned yourself on.
Okay. Kia ora, my name's Ruth. I'm here to make a couple of points about the cycleway and also, if I've got time, the proposed parking scheme. So I would say I'm not particularly pro-cycleways, anti-cycleways, but what I am is pro-Burrampore. And I've lived here for 20 plus years. We've raised our children here, and I would like to think that over our time living here, we've contributed something to the community. I would like to see a solution that works for our community, so that's everyone, the people that live here, as well as cyclists, walkers, cars, buses, you know, the whole lot. And I feel like the current proposed cycleway solution is not currently doing enough to balance the needs of all of those groups of users. So here's the thing, right? Burrampore is its own community. We are more than a transit route to get from Island Bay to the city and back again. And it feels like the current design is all about prioritising the movement of people through Burrampore without really much consideration to the people that live here, walk around here, or who might want to visit here. So in my submission, I put a few, I think, specific changes, which I think people that live in Burrampore would, in general, agree with. Maybe not the cyclists, but the other residents. So particularly the right-hand turn removal, the right-hand turn from Luxford Street to Rintoul Street. For those who don't know Burrampore well, we're an interesting suburb because we have effectively greenbelt spaces or park spaces on either end. So that means, as well as having quite narrow streets, steep topography, we have a lack of grid network streets. So we have a lot of dead end streets. So what that means is the transport routes through and around Burrampore, if you're in a car particularly, are quite limited. So if you make a change on the main thoroughfare, there's limited options for where the traffic can move to. So particularly the Luxford Street turn, it would shift traffic to either Dawson Street, which is extremely steep, extremely narrow. It's also the street that's been nominated for many of the Adelaide Road users who are losing parking. That's where it's been suggested they park. And I think you would find if you increase traffic flow on there, you will then have to remove parking off Dawson Street to allow for the traffic movements. The other option is to go to Wharepoti Street onto Russell Terrace. That's possible, but the problem with that intersection is it also has an atypical traffic movement. You have to stop and give way if you're turning right. You have a free turn if you're turning left, but you're one lane. And so that's an unusual intersection for some people. So I think both of those are tricky for drivers, causes some car clashes, but it also shifts vehicles onto streets that currently are not too bad for pedestrians. And you're now making those intersections for walkers significantly more dangerous by increasing the traffic flows around there. So I think that's a big problem for me. I think also the removal of both bus stops on Luxford Street for people that live up the south end of Rintoul Street. I think you're making it reasonable distance for people to walk to get to public transport. I also think the reality is some of our streets are just too narrow. And I know that cyclists would really love separate cycleways and it makes them feel safe, but I think we have to be realistic for now and for the number of cars that we currently have, and for Burrampore where we have a lot of people with no off-street parking, and say, okay, let's have the northbound separated traffic lane on Luxford Street, but southbound from Luxford Street down to Island Bay, let's just merge the traffic. And so my thinking with this is, yep, that's potentially not safe for cyclists. Make that whole stretch 30k. Because do you know what? do it from Wakefield Hospital down to Wakefield Park. It's safe for cyclists, it's safer for pedestrians. And what we have then, for those of us who live in Burrampua, is you're giving us back our village. You know, like we now have somewhere that's not just a traffic corridor, that's actually traffic is slowed down through there. And it makes it a nicer place for everyone. I think those are probably my main points in terms of the traffic. I also think that retaining some more parking by those changes for now would be good. And my reasoning for that is, yes, we keep hearing change is hard. And if we don't change it now in 20 years or 10 years or whatever, we're going to lose parking anyway. But my thing with that is it's really easy to say change is hard when it's not your house, when you have off-street parking or when you have easy access to park your e-bike or whatever. I think there's an opportunity to do not a perfect solution, but it's not a perfect solution anyway, because your own planners have said this current route's not ideal for novice riders. So we can't do perfect because of how the road works. So what I'm saying is balance it a little bit more, maybe retain a bit more parking by having that shared space slower zone. And maybe in another 5 years, another 10 years, when we have more people cycling, then you look at slowly removing parking out when you have more people that have then got the option to make that choice rather than it being a forced choice. I just feel like in the other places where I've seen the cycleways relatively successfully, like Kilburnie and Island Bay, significantly more off-street parking, significantly wider streets. I do think Burrampua needs a slightly different solution. And I think that the problem is, I think that there's a lot of residents who probably feel a similar way. But the issue is, A, we think council's already decided, and this is pretty much a done deal. And B, we're a green suburb, right? We like the environment. We like doing things that are the right things. So anytime you want to talk about something that's like, actually maybe not the cycleway or not that much of the cycleway, then you get seen as anti-cyclist. And I think that there's a few people who don't want to speak up because they're worried about that aspect of it. I also think
Hey, Ruth, we're running out of time, and there's just a couple of questions here. So do you mind if we
all right.
cut you off
Ask me the questions. I think my other points are in my submission anyway. Ask me the questions.
Okay, Ray, did you have a question?
Great, thanks very much, Ruth. I have two quick questions. The first one is regarding the Luxford Street, shifting of Luxford Street bus stops. Now, the bus stops are shifting to go down Adelaide Road, so why do you think that'll be a big inconvenience for people in Rental Street to get to that bus stop?
I actually think that where I live is on Upper Rental Street. It's not a problem for me if I wanted to walk to the bus stop. But we have, I watch a lot of our council residents who live in the complex up behind our place, and there's some significant mobility issues. And so what I think is that some of these plans, they just feel a little bit elitist in terms of, if you're mobile, if you've got money that gives you options, then these are going to be fine. But for some people on fixed incomes with not the ability to go, I'm going to move somewhere else, or I can just, pay for a park or do different things, I think that it does cause, I think the options for them, that might be a burden for some people. And I don't think that we should be doing that.
Great, thanks. And the last quick question is, if we change that area to 30 kilometres an hour or through, do you think that the cycle lane will be needed?
Tricky. I will never be a cyclist. I'm not a cyclist, so I cannot tell you. I think on the uphills, you still definitely need one. Personally, on the flat, I cannot, like the problems that I see as a driver with cyclists, where I'm pretty cautious because I have a partner who commutes, but is people overtaking. And I think that's like a speed issue, right? Because the cyclists are going too slow. If you slow it down to 30k, we're all going the same speed. And let me tell you, if you do the changes as they currently are, the traffic through Burrampua in the morning is going to be going a lot slower than 30k. Because
thank you very
it's
much,
just going to back up.
Great.
Anyway.
Hey, that's much appreciated. Thank you. That was a great presentation. And our next presenter is Eddie, who is online, I hope. He was.
Kia ora.
He is.
Yeah. Can everyone hear me?
We can hear you.
Yep. Kia ora. Tēnā koutou katoa, ko ere toko ingoa. Thanks for your time today. Looks a busy room and lots of people very busy there, so thank you. I thought I'd just start by saying I do have lived experience about being peeled off the road in Berempore by the ambulance team, getting my face reconstructed and visits to the hospital skin unit for 3 weeks. But that's not why I'm here to talk to you today. So I'm a fan of making informed decisions, and providing data is a good way to understand and communicate what's really going on. It's also a great way to quantify decisions and outcomes along that process. What I'm aware of is that there are a lot more near misses than actual accidents, and if these near misses could be documented and shared, then that could be useful to inform infrastructure change, as government and TA, territorial authorities, systems, are generally only interested in accidents. So what I've got here is something I built a number of years ago around. It's a simple website to allow people to submit their own near misses when moving around from A to B around the motu. This was for any way of moving, whether it be in a car, a bike, a wheelchair, a scooter, a motorbike, or even on foot. So what you can see here, Tian, if you can just scroll down, is this website. So my submission today is actually not my submission, it's many people's submissions. And this is just a simple website here that can be done on mobile. It's anonymous, and it allows people to submit their own near misses. They can submit the exact location, the date, the time, all of this sort of stuff to actually start to gather a data set around there. So Tian, maybe you could jump to the map at the top of the page. Incident map. Thank you. So, and maybe you could just click the zoom in button a handful of times until we start to get into Te Whanga Nui Aotearoa. Yeah, so what you can start to see here is all of these are submissions by people around Wellington, around the area, about near misses. You can see, as I say, if you click on any of these, you can find out. So I suppose what I'm trying to show here is that when you start to see these sorts of incidents, these clusters, these start to paint a picture. And when we start to look at those, we start to think about what is the situation causing these. Sometimes it may be an angry driver or an angry cyclist or an angry person. Sometimes it may be infrastructure considerations, a narrowing road, a roundabout which is hard to see around, a hole in the ground, all these sorts of things. So what this is here is a collection of all those, and we can start to see this where some of these points are, and maybe some things that could be changed because we have some data and some insights from people over time about stretches of road or stretches of area that we're interested in. So this here is all provided anonymously, as I said. It's available under to download under a Creative Commons license. Maybe you could click on the incident data menu at the top there. Thanks, Tian. So as you can see, there's a wealth of different information here. People allow, as also as the qualitative and quantitative viewpoints of data, they've got an actual a free comment area here. Some of these are from different parts across the motu. As I say, I think these top ones are from Dunedin, but this data can be interrogated and queried and looked at around geolocation, around mode of transport, all of these sorts of things. And the other thing too is that a lot of these situations here are traumatic. People often will speak out when something is traumatic. So these are, you know, I actually found when I was speaking to people about how they'd done this, it was actually a cathartic release. So it was actually something where there wasn't an opportunity to express their near death or traumatic or just dangerous situations that came along. So the idea of this was just purely to collect information so that all these near misses could be captured, that people could submit, and that could inform change, as I said. You know, when they contributed to this project, and it's still ongoing, it's really about them wanting to improve things. They want to make some positive change. So that's for themselves, their friends, their children, their parents, and often for the community. And that's a long-term goal as well. So, you know, why I'm putting this up here is that, you know, maybe not individually in the room, but it's just this concept that we can actually start to build some data and make some decisions that are informed on real life and real lived experiences, for future projects around the motu, and specifically within Te Whanganui-a-Tara. So use this. You're welcome to contribute to it as an incident yourself if you're out and about, and use this data is what the purpose is for. So as I said, my submission is not any viewpoints about anything particular on the road. The data here speaks to that, and thank you very much for your time. I'm happy to take any partai.
Thank you
so much.
Does anybody have any questions? I think we're actually overwhelmed by your amount of data that you've provided us with. So I'm sure that we'll all have a look at the website and maybe even contribute. In fact, I'm sure that Iona will, because she seems to be threatened by stuff on the road every day of the week. So anyhow, thank you very much. Really appreciate that. Now we have Michael Hoy, who is going to, in person, in fact.
Yeah. I'll sit down here. Oh, absolutely brilliant. Hello. All right, I'm going to be specific. I'm not going to talk in generalities. Let's talk about Luxford Street. Oh, by the way, I rode my bike down here today. I ride my bike a lot. I don't have a car at the moment. I do plan to get one. So Luxford Street. I've got three things. Why? Why? Surely this can be a shared zone. Why do we have to spend all this money on all this infrastructure at all this inconvenience to what I can see little gain when you're thinking of reducing the speed anyway? Just make it a shared zone. Give me a can of paint, I'll do it myself at no cost. I have to wonder about the expense of some of these things. These yellow bumper bar things that are going up in front of every driveway, how much are they? I mean, how much plastic is being used? Please tell me it's recycled plastic. The rest of the amount of money that's being used, in Luxford Street, for instance, as I said, give me a can of paint, I'll do it myself for nothing. Spend the money on fixing some pipes. We're looking at water shortages. We're looking at a 15% rate increase next year. That's basically all I've got to say. Has anybody got any questions?
Wow, that was the best presentation if you're measuring on the concentrated effort. Ray has got some questions for you.
Okay, Ray. Absolutely agree with you. Let's spend the money on pipes. But what do you think that these plastic thingamajiggies that we have for cyclones, do you think that they're not working?
They're absolutely not necessary. I don't see the point in them. And how much do they cost? I mean, does anybody actually know how much these things cost? The amount of money that's going into these things, the amount of plastic. I have to think somebody's got a cousin in the hut with a plastic factory that's just spitting these things out. I mean, it's incredibly annoying.
Everything we do costs a fortune.
When the pipes are, when we're looking at water shortages and a 15% rate increase next year, yes.
Yeah. There's been a lot of comment about how paint doesn't protect cyclists. So if you just paint a line there, it's not going to.
Okay, I've got another point. This is the same, it's all about protecting us. This is the same mentality that's having the council looking at putting a fence all along the edge of the wharf. It's the same mentality that's saying we have to fence our creeks. It's the same mentality that says we have to, I don't know, it's just, are we going to bubble wrap ourselves forever? All I can say is the human condition, shit happens.
I've got a question from Iona Pannett.
Yep.
Thank you very much for coming in. Look, I don't know the area really well, but I have spent a bit of time in there with children's activities, and it seems to me that intersection around there is incredibly hairy for the community. I'm just wondering whether you could just talk about how safe you think it is, and we're just remembering we're trying to get it for not so confident cyclists as well. Thank you.
Well, I'm sure that intersection can be addressed as an individual thing, and these are being done elsewhere. I'm actually talking about the whole general of Luxford Street, and I see it to be totally unnecessary. If there's a problem with an intersection, sure, let's address it. But I don't see the necessity of the other stuff that's being proposed.
I've got some good news for you. Waka Kotahi pays about 90% of the cost, so it's not quite as bad as you might think. Sorry.
The expense?
Ratepayer.
Okay, well, that's great. I mean, I don't know. I don't know how much these things cost.
Sarah's got a question for you.
Oh, sorry.
So I can tell that you are feeling quite firm about this.
Yep.
Tell me about your own situation. So which side of the street are you on? And are you personally concerned about something like losing a car park?
I'm not personally concerned. I have a property on Rintoul Street, which I live at. I also have a property on Luxford Street, which has, incidentally, quite a deep gutter. And I have to tell the people going in there, do not turn too soonly or you will lose your fender. Now, this yellow bumper thing is going to aggravate that problem. So you're saying my personal interest, well, I cycle and I have vehicles, and I also have tenants who I will not be able to get in future because they will not be able to get a park.
Okay.
Last question.
The first question is, how did you hear about this project? And did you manage to go to some of the consultations that our officers held in Berhampore area?
No, I've been to no consultations. I saw what was online, I saw the photo, and I was horrified. That was enough for me. I didn't know any more details than that.
So the second question is, there are a lot of people who came to this submission, and some even children saying that they want to make it safe, and by making it protected cycle lane. And as you know, Ibis is just not far, Suez is not far from Luxford. Don't you think, even though maybe that plastic is not an ideal, but it's some level of compromise to make it safe?
Yeah, and the compromise is to make it a shared zone. It's been done before. I've seen these things painted on the road, for instance, going to the subway under the airport. Now, the road to the right, we won't talk about that. It's been done and it's been proven. Also, around shops and things like that, there's no cycle lanes. It's a shared road. The speed has already been reduced to 30 kilometres per hour. And at the moment, I don't see any problem with that.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Michael. That's much appreciated.
Is that all? Thank you.
And our next presenter is Peter Nuns.
Also, person, is this thing still on? Do I have to turn it on? Thanks for hearing me on this. I'll get to Luxford Street in a second. I've got my own rant. But before I do that, just a few things on who I am. I live in Berhampore, have lived in Berhampore for the last 4 years. Travel through the area sort of in every available mode of transport. Got 2 kids, one of whom has just started at Berhampore School, the other of whom is in a daycare downtown. I'd just like to, before I talk about this project, I'd just like to say thank you for doing the upgrades on Kent and Cambridge Terrace and Adelaide Road. It's made so much of a difference. As I said, I've been traveling up and down that road, often by bike, often by bus, driving on the weekends, walking when I want to walk in that way. It's just been such an improvement. What I've noticed is that it's exactly the same to drive as it was before. No inconvenience there. The bus is a bit better. Walking is about the same, and biking is a hell of a lot better. It's just sort of, honestly, a high point of my day as opposed to a low point of my day in the past. So I know these things aren't easy. Thank you so much for doing it. I really appreciate it. On this point, I think I'd like to express support for the issues that are being consulted on here today. I'll talk about a couple of specifics that I think have come up. I'm a strong supporter on the general idea. I think on the specific details, the parking scheme would be on one of the streets that would be affected by that. Totally fine with it. Happy with the change. We used to live in Mount Vic, residence parking permit scheme there. No issues with that. And I was kind of always expecting that to sort of travel out to the suburbs as things changed anyway. The bike lane parts of the change, yes, supportive of those. I think on Luxford Street, I did have some questions. One was around the sort of marginal gains that we can make there from putting cycle lanes in. I'm not expressing opposition to this. I think the question is probably more around the sort of the parking cycle lane interface, the sort of door zone in there, whether there's actually enough room in there to make it safe, and whether it would be worth looking again at extending that low-speed shared zone, possibly with some treatments to sort of moderate speeds on the way in, or sort of signal to people that they're entering a shared zone on the way into that. That's probably more of a design question than anything else. I think I wasn't quite able to see the logic, see the full details in the plans that were published. The other one's the Luxford-Rintoul Street intersection. I think this is actually one of the more challenging intersections for a lot of reasons. And again, this is one where the sort of engineering considerations are probably quite nuanced. What I observe at the moment, so I currently often come out sort of the southern end of Rintoul Street and continue on Rintoul Street. At the moment, there's a sort of yield sign for people making that movement and a stop sign for people making the right turn movement from Luxford Street to Rintoul Street. You've indicated sort of that you're proposing to take that out as it's not safe. I agree, it's actually not safe. It causes a lot of confusion. About half of the people that I see coming through there don't realize that they're actually, making the right turn from on that movement, don't realize that they need to stop and continue on through. And so in practice, the people with the yield sign are the ones who have to stop for safety reasons. That's something that I think is worth looking at. Not opposed to closing it down, but then the rerouting through the town centre and up Blythe Street and Dawson Street would be the alternative. So my question would be: are there some different solutions to that in terms of preserving that right turn movement in a safe way? Roundabout, is there space for a roundabout? Lastly, one thing that I want to just strongly support is the bus stop changes, and in particular, the proposal to put a pedestrian crossing in at the Duppa Street stop. That's been like my big issue with where I live for the last 4 years. Because I've got 2 kids, we're often going to the bus together. It's just not safe to cross that bit of the road, and it's too far to sort of detour with a pram or whatever and a bunch of bags up to the next crossing. I love that change. Please do it. Thank you very much. Take any questions.
Wow, great presentation. Thank you. Do we have any questions? Looks like you've absolutely nailed it. Oh, sorry, Iota has got a hand up, so we'll... Thank you. Oh, sorry, Iota, you haven't got your mic on.
Sorry. Thanks, Tim, and thanks, Peter. Great submission, and really grateful for all the professional and personal stuff you do around sustainable transport. Look, I just wonder if you think that these changes go far enough to get people to live in Berhampore to live really sustainable lives. You've been very vocal on freeing up more land for housing. I would hope that also land could be freed up from private and public storage of cars so that people can use the space for, for recreation or for housing.
Look, I mean, I think there's always going to be a question about sort of far enough, can we go further? And I think there are always trade-offs. I think that a lot of the elements of the proposal here where you could go further are cases where there's a bit of a trade-off being made, the uphill-downhill cycle lane question, and the proposal to kind of sort of stick with the kind of Sharrow approach for the downhill cycleways. I'm kind of fine with that. It feels like a bit of a sensible balance. I think where things get a little bit sort of trickier is around sort of the exact design of the parking permit scheme. How many permits you give out, the sort of situation in there, whether you look at, say, grandfathering in permits for existing dwellings without off-street parking, and looking at a different system for new developments in the area. I think that's actually the approach taken in Mount Vic. But I think in general it's a big step forward, and it's closing a missing link in a reasonably balanced way.
And you'd be committed to making Berhampore car-free in the future?
I'm not opposed to it. I mean, I think what we'd probably consider doing is with Mevo extending into the area, we've been sort of having some discussions about whether we get rid of our car at the point at which it gets the next round of major maintenance required. Probably the barrier to that is I think we'll probably make that move when we've only got 1 kid in a car seat rather than 2.
Cool. Thank you so much for coming. And my question to you is, as you know, the road is very tricky where the Luxford and Rental Street. If we don't change that turning right, there will be not enough space to make it protected cycle lane. Are you saying that it is okay by putting the speed limit down and making it not protected? Or I'm just trying to get your point.
Yeah, I probably could have sharpened that up a little bit more. I'm sort of more raising some design and option questions that are probably covered in the background work that your staff have done on the development of the proposal. I think the thing that I would be most firm on is that the current arrangement for the right turn isn't actually safe. And there's a couple, just because people get confused, there's a set of signs that are very clear, and people's interpretation and awareness of those signs is limited. And so, the de facto situation there is that if you're continuing on Rintoul Street, you have to give way, even though the signs say people making the turning movement have to stop. questions that I guess I'd ask about that, sort of number one is there any way to make that turning movement safe within the space available, right? So one thing that I've kind of been pondering since the proposal came out is kind of, is there enough space for a sort of small roundabout there, given the fact that you've got to get buses through? My sense is probably not. Would it make a difference if you changed the arrangement of the yield and the stop sign? So had the stop sign on Rental Street and the yield sign on Luxford Street. That would at least clarify the movements for people. Not sure whether that would actually qualify as a safe solution. I'm not a safety engineer, so can't speak to that. And then I think I'd probably work back from there. And if actually there's no safe way to preserve that turning movement, then I think you sort of start to say, yep, what's the right treatment for the Luxford Street? I think what I'd say is that either of the two approaches would be an improvement in an area, but that street, Luxford Street, is not the one that is currently the biggest pain point. It's going up Rental Street. It's going by the park, so on and so forth.
Hey, thank you very much, Peter. Sorry we've run out of time.
Yes, I'm sorry.
Apologies. But that was great. No, excellent presentation.
Yep.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, folks. I really appreciate the time.
Well, we have Rebecca Soper presenting to us next.
Or can I sit? Oh, that's nice. Hello, I haven't actually done this before, so I'm a little bit nervous to come and talk to you. I guess I just wanted to set the scene for why I wanted to come and speak. I've lived in Newtown for about 10 years. I studied at Massey. I am a nurse who works in the hospital. So I work in the hospital, have worked there for about 8 years now. I work in the neonatal unit doing 12-hour shifts. I work also in the emergency department. My husband is also a nurse. He is also a cyclist. And so I'm often having to kind of, I drive, I bus, I walk, I don't cycle. I guess I'm concerned about the changes, especially to the parking. I have often lived in kind of apartments where there's multiple hospital workers or, four flatmates, kind of all living, maybe 3 or 4 of us, in one place, which makes it difficult when they're often I'm concerned because there are going to be changes to how you apply for residence permits. Often that can be tricky if there are more than one person or people that have multiple cars there living in the one house. It can be hard to apply for permits. Often they're kind of also informal. So I was living with a friend who, my husband and I were living with a friend who owned the house. We didn't have a formal tenancy agreement, and that makes it hard for some of the application sides of things. I'm particularly concerned that all the parking is going to be changed, especially the 2-hour time limit. While I've lived in Newtown and in multiple different locations around Newtown, sometimes I have lived outside of Newtown. Currently I'm living in Miramar. So for me to get to the hospital for a shift that starts at 7 a.m. and for find parking is going to be, with the changes, will be a massive problem, especially with the 2-hour parking limits that are proposed to be around that area. I know that there's a push to get people to use more public transport. I don't see that as realistic for people working at the hospital, especially staff who are on shifts who are working really early. I don't see how I'm going to be able to effectively get to work by 6:45 in the morning. Then when I finish, sometimes I finish my shift at 11 o'clock at night. Is there going to be public transport available for, not just for me, but for my colleagues who are working in Newtown and then living as far as Porirua or Kapiti? It's not going to be possible for them to get public transport. We need to be able to park, and I know that there's lots of talk about there are parks at the hospital. Yes, there are, but they're still so limited. There's not enough parking at the hospital for everyone, and it seems like changes are being made around Newtown that will be both difficult for staff working at the hospital and also for family members who are coming, for example, to visit their newborn baby that's in NICU, and they're having to spend a lot of time. Often the parking underneath the hospital is completely full, and they're having to park as well on the roads. And then to give them a 2-hour limit, I don't feel like that's fair or reasonable for them. I guess my main concern is this 2-hour limit in an effort to make things easier for residents is a problem. And as a resident, I would way rather it stay how it is, because even though it can be difficult at times to find a park, I still find one, even if I have to maybe walk for 5-10 minutes. I don't mind that. I would rather it stay how it is and still make it possible for staff working around the hospital and families and patients to be able to get to the hospital easily. I think if you're going to make these big changes, you need to seriously look at addressing what parking is actually available around hospital grounds to make it easier for staff to work there and patients and families to be able to visit the hospital as well. Like, there's a massive piece of land right out front of the emergency department. You could put a parking building there. I know cars aren't in like the grand plan for Wellington, but if you want staff working at Wellington Hospital, you need to provide some solution for them as well.
Hey, Rebecca, could we just let a couple of councillors ask you questions? So we'll start with Tony Randall.
Yes, I spent 5.5 years working there, and I lived in Johnsonville, and PT was not there for me. 2 questions. First of all, if with this change, will some workers simply not be able to find a park and not be able to come to work, do you think?
I think potentially, yeah. And I also think it'll be a deterrent for people to work there. Like, if I had to travel and I had to really leave so early and after doing a 12-hour shift, I'll work somewhere else. Like, it would just not make me want to work at the hospital to have another kind of challenge to working in an already difficult role.
And the second question is, because you're saying really it's not going to work, is there a safety issue too in terms of night shift and winter times and that sort of stuff? I mean, you must know full well what it's like, and you probably is that a concern that could get worse with these changes?
I think so. I mean, because I live in Newtown, I'm reasonably, as a young female, I'm still reasonably comfortable walking around there, but I know there are a lot of staff that are not comfortable walking around at 11:30 at night, and sometimes I finish shifts at 3 o'clock in the morning and walk home. I think there will be a lot of people who, if they're having to park so far away in order to get to the hospital, then I think a safety concern is definitely an issue. Like, what are we going to do about safety for staff working around there?
Thank you.
Councillor Pannett, you've got a question?
Thank you very much for your submission, for the work you do to keep us healthy. I'm just wondering, look, we're trying to stop climate change, we're trying to keep people really healthy and active in their lives. Do you see that there are some alternatives which don't rely on burning fossil fuels to make sure that people can access the care they need and get to work safely?
I feel like that's a really big question. I don't know how to answer that question. It's too.
No, let's
fair.
Does anybody else have any questions? Sarah's got a question for you, and Diane.
So we met with some of the hospital people, and they said that they were looking at prioritising their car parking spaces to people who could carpool. Have you heard anything about that as one of the workers? And I just thought, for example, if you were in Miramar, would that be likely to work for you?
Yeah, I have heard them talk about that, but my charge nurse who I only last week was talking to about this issue said that they were struggling with people are too dispersed, like health workers are too dispersed around Wellington City to make that kind of reasonable or kind of possible. And I think with the shift times, for nurses there are 3 different shifts time starts, it would be very difficult to negotiate, I think.
Sorry, Diane, your turn.
Yeah, I asked another submitter this because aside from the hospital, it's a huge health precinct with lots of other providers.
Yes, exactly. Yeah.
Is this something that, because of the specific needs for parking for visitors and workers, would you think that this would a better solution would be for the council first to work with all those providers and how we can make sure that there's a sufficient off-street parking before we made these type of changes?
Oh, 100%. Yeah, I think you need to address the parking situation for people working within that area before you make drastic changes by changing, to 2-hour parks and removing a whole lot of the parking in that area. That's probably my main thing that I think that needs to be addressed first, or you'll lose staff. Like I would genuinely consider going and working somewhere else because if that was an issue.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
And Sarah?
What obligation do you think the hospital actually has, to provide maybe car parking building, which they have been talking about, which they've even approved, I believe, previous DHB, considering this is a big, big problem?
I think they should be working alongside you to provide solutions. I don't think it just needs to be on the council. I think it 100% needs to also involve the hospital. The hospital should be supporting their staff to be able to do their jobs well and without massive obstacles in their day.
Yeah.
Laurie?
Yeah, thank you, Rebecca, for coming in. Hey, just a quick question, because we did have a meeting with the hospital staff, and because the safety was of deep concern to many of us, but they did assure us that there was an escort service for staff to be escorted to their cars if they're on shifts. Are you aware of that?
I have heard of that. We have a really lovely team of orderlies who, if you're concerned, you can contact and they will walk you to your car. But are they going to walk you 20 minutes to your car? That's 20 minutes that orderlies in the middle of the night are off the floor of the hospital where they're needed to maintain security within the hospital, particularly like the emergency department. So I think that's maybe a little bit, there's not a specific team that I'm aware of who does that. If you're walking someone to their car and it's just parked just in the hospital car park area, that's different than having to walk 20 minutes to escort staff. And how are you going to do that for dozens of nurses finishing at 11 o'clock at night or 3 o'clock in the morning or,
That's great. Thank you very much. That was a very, really interesting and to the point presentation.
Oh,
thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, guys.
So our next speaker actually is in 10 minutes. So there is a 10-minute break now just for that time. And then Sarah is going to take over the chair, which...
As long as the committee is generally happy with that.
No, you're going to take it over even if they're not.
ask the people who are online if they could just flick their cameras on. We're just checking that we do have enough for quorum. I think we've got our 9. Thank you. Do we have Councillor Matthews? And Councillor McNulty.
I am online, but I don't want to put my
Okay, that's fine, as long as we know you're there. And then Councillor McNulty.
Yeah, I'm here as well.
Okay,
I've just
so we've got
I've just
1,
sent an email
2,
about
3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. We have got 9. Councillor Randall, I'm sure your conversations are very, very engaging, but we do need to get back into business. So I'm going to start with Neil, if I may. Neil, you have 5 minutes. It will go by incredibly quickly, and that needs to include questions as well. You can either up there or down at the desk, whatever feels best. And the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Good morning. My name's Neil Ranger. I'm here to protest purely about the extension of the West Newtown Park area to include places like Roy Street. I fail to understand why it goes past Constable Street. I've lived in a period house in Roy Street for 40 years. The parking was tight when I arrived there. It was probably worse than it is today. I understand all the arguments about shifting people onto cycleways and getting public transport working and all that sort of stuff. There is not one solution that fits all. Now, all of a sudden, I find that I live in a house, I haven't got on-street parking, I'm completely dependent on being off-street. I've adjusted to that over 40 years. I don't find a problem with it. The ease of finding parking in Roy Street now is easier, as I said, than before. What you're doing smacks to me, and I do not use this phrase lightly, of social engineering. You can't fit everyone into the same box. If I was 20, I wouldn't mind cycling everywhere. I'm 75. I don't cycle everywhere, I walk. And when I need to do something requiring going distance, I use a car. I'm not changing that. However, I'm now being told I can no longer park on a street. I must now pay more for the privilege of doing so if I can. The rates are high enough as it is. Everyone's cash-strapped. I'm sorry, it's not my fault that there's a parking hospital, that the hospital parking is bad. It's partially bad because the council's removed a lot of parking spaces in the area already, and you've got a site sitting on the old bread factory in Newtown. Why the hell is that not being used for something like car parking? Or not all of it, but some of it. And I noticed since this started, your criteria have changed somewhat. It's a very flexible ground, but you've got tourists from the park and the zoo that give us a bit of trouble. They also photograph the houses. Please don't have people trying to put parking onto heritage frontages. It wrecks them. I don't want to do it to mine, but do I get a choice? I also have a partner who lives with a disability. She's trying to run a business from home. She has priority parking. Now she gets to pay for it, I understand. The rates are bad enough. This effectively is an impost on a lot of people who can barely afford what they've got already. So I'm sorry, if I use the phrase that it smacks of something from a communist state as a diktat, then that, I feel, is appropriate language and not completely unnecessary rhetoric. So it's up to you. We have no real control, but you're trying to solve a problem in my area which simply doesn't exist. In fact, over the years, the number of flats in the area has declined for transient occupants, where you typically have 5 people in the flat, each with a car. Now it's mostly residential. And so there is a slight change in the way the neighbourhood focuses, but yes, if you get an older population, they need cars. That's why the hospital has a problem. You know, people with deadly sick relatives coming from halfway down the lower North Island need somewhere to park a car temporarily. And that option exists at most hospitals, but not in Wellington for some reason. I don't think that's my problem. I'm sorry, I'm not sure where my timing is here for the 5 minutes, but...
Still got some time if you want to continue or have some questions, and we do have a question.
I'm happy to take questions. My essential point has been made. You're trying to fix a problem that in my street doesn't exist.
Okay. Councillor Pannett.
Thanks for coming in, and you're lucky to live on such a great street, and thank you for protecting our heritage. I'm just wondering, more people are probably going to move into Newtown. There will be some intensification, hence what might look a bit different. How do you think we can accommodate everyone's transport needs? Kia ora.
Look, the bus system is improving slowly. It still hasn't got back to the reliability that it had before the disaster of a couple of years back. It is an improvement, and the cycleways no doubt help people to get onto bikes. But Wellington is a geological problem in terms of the mountains and hills. It doesn't operate on a hub and spoke easily, and I mean that's been demonstrated. So I don't know how you can improve it. You've got a limited amount of flat ground. Everything sort of meanders around in terms of the geography. And you haven't got the population base to justify the frequency of bus services that everyone would like to have. So, and you know, if you're going out for the weekend, if you're going for a family visit, if you're going out to the hut and back again, I'm sorry, you need cars. You just have to look at any street and any roadway and the amount of traffic on them as compared to any other form of transport, and you'll note that the public transport as it exists, by the way, is fine for commuting. And that's why people commute on a bus. They've got a car sitting at home. It's also why people go on a cycleway in good weather. But there's a car at home for when the weather's foul. And I'm sorry, in Wellington, we get quite a bit of that.
Okay, thank you, Neil. We have actually come to the end of your time, but thank you very much for your contribution and your feedback. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'd now like to invite, I think it's not Alex, it's actually going to be Andrew. Or both, to speak on behalf of Cycle Aware. We are down to 5 minutes, but if possible, we will give, as you're an organisation, we'll maybe allow a little bit of leeway.
Just a note, we dropped the Aware from our name, so we're just Cycle Wellington now.
Oh, sorry. Cycle Wellington.
Kia ora. Cycle Wellington strongly supports this proposal. We're excited to see this link from the incredibly popular Newtown to City route all the way to the south coast. We are, however, concerned this proposal has gaps, quite literally. The route undulates, and so the protected part of the route comes and goes. We need continuous cycle routes, not gaps in the network. What I mean is that the proposal provides separated bike lanes uphill only in many places, including Rental Street and past Wakefield Park. That means people on bikes must re-merge with the general traffic. And for example, students at Swiss living in Island Bay have a protected route to school, but not home again. Rental Street also involves several sections that flat or only have a slight gradient. On these sections, many riders will be unable to be moving fast enough so that the cars are happy to wait behind them, which then encourages dangerous overtaking and other just uncomfortable things. Cycle Wellington advocates for all who take to a bike, not just confident riders like myself. And we strongly feel that we need protection on all the downhill sections if we want to drive the uptake. The lesson from the success of the Newtown to the City route is that with just one gap at John Street, the route is protected and continuous, fully controlled with traffic lights. There's no other conflict with general traffic. There's no point at which you're going, okay, I need to teach my young child good give-way etiquette and whether that car will come to me at that time. We need this level of continuity all the way to the south coast. Cycle Wellington is particularly concerned about the Ridderford Rental intersection and would like an advanced cycle light on that intersection in both directions so that cyclists can get across this complicated, complex intersection in a single movement without crossing busy traffic and including the buses that are quite busy through that area. We believe that sharrows are not protection and there's not good evidence that they improve safety. Finally, on balance, we support the parking plan. I did hear the end of a very good submission about the impact that has on some other staff, but I think on balance, it's made a very good start on providing appropriate priority so that we can use the space on our roads appropriately. Kia ora.
Kia ora, we do have a quick Councillor Chung.
Great, thanks very much again. I've heard a lot of, or we've all heard a lot of submissions this morning about the problems with parking around the hospital and for healthcare people, for the Salvation Army, for Mary Potter. So how would you reconcile these things?
So I was actually just chatting with your former submitter with my idea for that personally. It's not Cycle Wellington's thing. I think that one part of that could be to allow certain groups, DHB employees, for example, to buy into the $18 permits that are like coupons that residents are allowed to buy for their extra days. That might be one way to allow us to move into the parking policy kind of thing. It's not my suburb, and there may be other problems with it, but I've read through the plan quite closely. I really like the way the priority is divvied up, and the fact that if that many cars are going to be parked there, but there are still spare spaces, maybe we give the DHB staff first dibs of the leftovers. That would be one potential way of doing it. At the moment, it's just first come, first served, and that's not very priority at all. So that's one idea.
Been thinking about that for a while, and just would like the council to invite the new national health body, Te Whatu Ora, to step up more heavily to the needs of people to access hospitals and to use their mobility opportunities as healthcare. So encouraging car dependency is what's causing a lot of our health problems, and I think it's incumbent on Te Whatu Ora to look at the space much more greatly and help avoid more of the car dependency as you work to as well. Thank you.
And just my final point is that I went to appointments at the Children's Hospital. I still can't find the bike rack outside the Children's Hospital. We build a whole Children's Hospital and there's no obvious cycle parking. I think when you emphasise that it also encourages shift, and that means more staff and others and visitors are on bikes, then there's room for people for whom that's not an option. Because that's, I think, the only way to move forward is that clearly if you can't move except by car in a wheelchair, then or you can't. I'm not trying to. I don't think. We see a lot of people on bikes with an incredible range of what people would consider disabilities, but we also understand there are others. But if you can get those of us who look like me and Alex to be on a bike and in efficient modes, then that's a spot that's not parked up.
Okay, I think we've come to the end of your time, but I've just seen that Alex has a personal submission he's going to make, so we do have another 5 minutes. Alex, can I invite you to?
Kia ora, and yes, thanks again for the chance to speak today on the designs of the section of improvements for public and active transport. Personally, I'm very, very supportive of this project and just, hope you can get on with it. Time's ticking. I'm really encouraged by lots of aspects of the design, especially Luxford Street. It's got separation both sides, and the prospect of prioritising that safety of people on bikes and public transport at the Rintoul to Luxford intersection by removing that right turn. I think that's a key. I'm aware that this will create some inconvenience for some, and asking you all to show some leadership there. I'm in support of the designs largely, but I'm less than inspired by several aspects. They're looking like they're kind of halfway for transitional there for me. I'll run through some points. It does not protect people on bikes in both directions. The protection is patchy in each direction. Traffic flows will remain extremely heavy on this route for this foreseeable future. The design is still trying to balance the convenience of people driving cars and trucks with the safety and accessibility of people moving in healthier ways. It's still expecting I'm still expecting to see lower than hoped for uptake due to the lots of taking the lane past parked cars and sharrows that are being used liberally. Other various shortcomings. I think there's opportunities adjacent to this project, obviously not in the scope of this project, that are having a huge, sized impact. I'd like to see some filtered permeability traffic restriction on the bypass of Main Street, or the Main Street bypass that allows lots of people to get around Newtown by car. Seen some crazy days of cars trying to get around that. So all of that is making people want to turn through there a lot more than they otherwise would be, and that's compromising the design that you're seeing on Ridderford Street, which is yeah, still not great for people on bikes and could be better for buses, arguably there, with the design as it is there. I'm yet to see design in the Berempore shops that will entice more people to cycle all the way through that section. I'm also reflecting on we need better build back better policies for infrastructure for biking, so that improvements to the network can be made as a matter of course as part of the maintenance of streets of our city. This is a national issue that not only reliant on the council, but yeah, I've seen numerous projects at the moment where street renewals are happening, and it's not, it doesn't look like it's improving things for people on bikes in any way. It's just business as usual. And I'm also reflecting on the failure to see the safer speeds consultation review go through. So our dependency on infrastructure is having to come back and fill the gap where we might have had some wins there. So yeah, I don't have much more time. I really need. I feel that the mobility needs of my family remains unfairly deprived due to the unmanageable number of vehicles in this city. And I'm hoping this design will entice my family to be able to ride to their work in Newtown or ride to high school, the two oldest ones. And by the time my youngest is ready, to be able to ride to Swiss and back. It's imperative for their health. It's car dependency, lack of options to get around in an engaging and healthy exercise is really bad for their health. And I can't tell from these designs whether that's going to happen. So this is my check if we're getting it right. So yeah, please push forward with the project. And yeah, one little comment on the parking plan. I'm really supportive of all of that. I'm just ask you to be wary of unintended consequences of embedding further privilege for people with cars. Expecting the council to be responsible for providing space for their private property on public land shouldn't be a formal remit for this body, in my opinion. So just want you to watch that. Thank you.
Okay, I own Councillor, a very quick one. Councillor Pennant.
Thanks, Alex, for your advocacy. You live in Island Bay and you manage to get around mostly by bike. Do you reckon it's possible for most families in Wellington to do that, or by bus or by foot? Kia ora.
Yeah, more than not, and I am seeing that more and more daily. I had a colleague who moved here from Florida, and their whole family, they ended up coming to Island Bay School. And while I was working with him, he said, oh, we made the connection. And he said, oh, you're that guy on the yellow bike. Oh, my wife has made us get a cargo bike. And now I see them, getting around by cargo bike with their two kids to and from school every day at the moment. It's eminently doable for a much, much, much greater proportion of people that are doing it at the moment. We're seeing growth, and we should be encouraging it and enabling it. More importantly, enabling it. That's what we need. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Alex. I'd now like to invite Mahesh online. Welcome. We have 5 minutes, and that needs to include questions. We can be a little bit flexible, but not too flexible. Floor is all yours.
Team, can you hear me okay?
We can.
Thank you, guys. I've sent through my submission for opposition to the scheme for the cycleway. I live on the stretch of the parade that joins D Street Parade to Adelaide Road. Got 2 young children. There's a real safety aspect to getting the kids in and out of the car on that stretch of road there at the best of times, never mind winter. Cars hurtling past as they accelerate as they're leaving the suburb to head into the city. It's going to cause a great deal of inconvenience, and there's a real safety aspect, I believe, which hasn't been factored in for people using anyone who's basically going to lose their car park on that stretch of road. It's a very, very wide road. You've got a huge median barrier across there, which encourages people to overtake vehicles and bikes. So if you were going to proceed with something along those lines, have it like you've done in Adelaide Road, heading down to the basin, where you've got a reduction in speed and you retain car parks on both sides of the road to allow people to have the best of both worlds. But I do believe there's a real safety aspect where we're missing there. As far as parking outside Wakefield Park, I was up until recently coaching my son's football team, and there are people parking all over the place because there's insufficient parking as it is. The automatic assumption that people are going to go from suddenly driving to cycling, bicycling everywhere just is ludicrous. It just is not going to happen. You've got to think about getting your shopping in, other day-to-day activities which people would undertake. It's just impractical, and you've got to look at the cost of people purchasing bikes. It's for those that are halfway there, more or less there, fine, but I don't believe it's actually addressing the needs of the ratepayers in Wellington. And there's actually other priorities within the city that I feel require ratepayers funds better spent on. If you look at water, for example, retaining the water network versus cycleway, which is more of a necessity, which is the priority. That's what we need to do. Everyone uses water and everyone uses bikes. I feel that the consistency of how the proposal has been together, I feel like some of the design aspects haven't really taken into account the users, either the homeowners or the cyclists on both parts. Hasn't been sufficient consultation. I would suggest you go back to the drawing board and really take into account the feedback and do that user research. When I spoke to your representatives at Island Bay Football Club a couple of months ago, there was a number of suggestions I'd made, and even the project manager said, actually, these are really good ideas. We haven't thought of this. I thought, well, you need to speak to the people you're serving, the end user, to see whether that's actually going to be fit for purpose. This has been documented most of them in my proposal here. I also feel that, you automatically assume because, reduced car usage, people should just automatically use bikes. What about walking everywhere? What about having better public transport? I think we should find the better alternatives or have more functional and reliable alternatives before we start, encouraging people to step out of their vehicles. I'm a huge advocate of the bus service and use it on a day-to-day basis to get to the city. That's 4 minutes for me. I just want to see if you've got any questions there.
Wonderful. I do. So I'm just picked up that you might be supportive of a lower speed limit on that downhill stretch of Adelaide Road, just as it joins up to the parade. Would that be the case or not?
I'm supportive of reduction in speed to help people. You need to change the behaviour of how people drive in New Zealand. A cycleway is not going to do that. It infuriates people. I'm all for, in residential areas that are built up, for having reduced speed levels across Wellington. Not forget the cycleway. I'm talking in general. People just need to drive a little bit better, be a bit more cognizant of the pedestrians. Stop when there's a zebra crossing. I get at the bus stop just past D Street. I get off there. There's cars behind the bus. You can see them about to cross, and cars just drive straight in front of me. Kids, I saw a kid almost get run over a couple of months ago because somebody put their foot down when I saw a kid crossing the zebra crossing. Could have been a fatality. There's a real safety aspect which ties into your planning around the city. I think reduce speed definitely, but reduce driving behaviour.
Thank you for that. Are there any other questions? Yes, Councillor Abdurrahman.
Kia ora Mahesh, it's lovely seeing you. And when you came to that consultation at the Wakefield Park, you raised some of the points, and which you mentioned in your submission as well, about removing the middle lane and keeping parking on both sides while having the protected cycle lane. Could you please just take us through that, how that would work by your house, where it's a bit narrower when you come to that roundabout?
Essentially, you'd follow the same protocol you have done in other parts of where you've installed cycle lanes. You've got your dotted yellow line down the middle rather than a medium barrier, which I believe encourages people to speed and overtake cyclists. If you had speed reductions, you would have, much as you've done the lower end of the parade, you'd have your pavement, you'd have your cycleway, you'd have your cars parked, then you'd have traffic, and then you'd have the converse on the other side there. You would. I understand you've got restrictions on minimum dimensions for each lane. I think there has to be a rethink and a recalibration of how, where you've drawn the lines to accommodate that. And it would also have consistency across on the whole cycle route. So you haven't got these inconsistent patterns of where people feel, even for the cycle, where a cyclist might feel safe, then they feel a little less safe, where we haven't got a fully protected cycleway and the speed, and there's a slightly larger medium barrier which encourages people to overtake.
Thank you, Mahesh. That's useful feedback. Thank you very much. But we have come to the end of the time. Thank you.
Listening, guys. Thank you.
Thank you. Amanda? Yes. Is online. Welcome, Amanda.
Yes, hello. Can you hear
We can.
me okay?
The floor is yours.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. So I live in Berempore, and I'm speaking on behalf of my partner and I and family who live in Berempore. I'm just talk to the parking plan first, that we don't support the proposed parking plan for Berempore at this time, particularly in the streets around Adelaide Road. So that's being specific, including Dawson, Chilka, Jaipur, Burwa, Akatea, Jippa Street and Royal Street. We note the council has done some short surveys in this area in 2019 and mid last year. We have asked for a discussion about the outcomes and sort of why it was determined parking permits were needed for those streets, but we haven't heard back yet. That was about a month ago. But we have, in the meantime, therefore done our own surveys on about 5 occasions at various times during the weekdays evenings, counting cars parked on Luxford Street, all along Adelaide Road from McAllister Park down to the start of Wakefield Park, sort of the affected areas. And the available car spaces on those streets that I mentioned, and including those that don't have proposed permit parking, such as Stanley Street. So accounting for all cars parked on Adelaide and Luxford, there was plenty of capacity in the surrounding streets. At minimum, there was at least double the number of parked cars. So we couldn't quite understand why demand was going to outstrip availability. And we haven't obviously counted Rintoul Street and the other side in Berempore, so can't speak to the capacity or need over that side. But imposing parking permits on the streets I've mentioned at this time seems to be unnecessary and excessive regulation, which would impose further financial burden and stress on residents with no apparent benefit. We just recommend that if the cycle lanes are implemented, that at that stage, particularly for the west side of Adelaide Street, that then the parking is surveyed and monitored and residents are surveyed then and potentially then imposed, depending on actual, not just estimated assumptions. If it is imposed, we just sort of question the 2-hour free parking in the weekends and think that would be inadequate for having friends and family to visit, to shove them out the door after 2 hours. We do note these proposed 50 passes for visitors, which is fine, except disagree with them having to be registered the day before. Provides for little flexibility for residents. And we can't understand the need for them given the current digital technology available. In regard to the cycle lanes, we're not opposed to the cycle lanes in principle. However, we do think the plans significantly negatively affect residents who are cut off from their reasonable access to their homes. While we are not directly affected, we're just considering other people in our community being able to undertake normal everyday tasks, for example, receiving bulky delivery, unloading heavy items or goodies, filling up trailer loads, unloading firewood, undertaking home renovations, moving house. All those things I think need to be given further consideration in terms of the design so that people can have reasonable access without being penalised for needing to do so on occasion. I just also would sort of question that this is really opening things up to all ages and abilities, and I can't see how that is possible given it's cycling, that all ages and abilities is being opened up for those people. And I think this came up previously, that the impact has been considered more holistically, taking into account the current poor public transport. And despite not being your responsibility, this is the environment that the residents are being affected by, in which the cycle lanes are being rolled out. So my partner and I used to bus regularly. Because of the extremely poor service now, we've reverted back to our cars. We don't have the capacity or ability or the means to cycle. And therefore, we think that cycle lanes should be considered once there's a decent public transport that would accommodate for much more people than cycle lanes. and much more broader ages and abilities. So that's my,
Thank you, Amanda.
discussion. Thank you.
I actually do have a question, and it's about the public transport service in your area, because we will need to be passing some information back to Greater Wellington and Metlink. What is the issue? Is it a capacity issue in Berhampore? Are the buses already full? Are they not turning up on time? Or, what's the specific issue that's led you to abandon it in favour of private vehicles?
It's been a mixture. So sometimes they come back by they are full, so you have to wait for the next one, or the one after that. Sometimes they have been cancelled, so again you have to wait for the next one. There's been times where we're waiting up to half an hour for to get on a bus. So it's been a mixture, I would say, of cancellations versus being full capacity as well.
Thank you for that.
That's it probably, and that is probably peak time, sort of 8:30 in the morning. So we can't afford half an hour waste in our day. So that's why we both reverted back to using our car, unfortunately.
Okay, well, thank you for that. And thank you for your submission. We've appreciated hearing that perspective. We are out of time, so I will now move to Tam. Tam, welcome to our table. You have 5 minutes, which includes time for questions if you wish it to.
Kia ora koutou, everybody. I just want to start by saying my wife has a full knee replacement on her right knee and recently had surgery on her left knee. She's been instructed, and unfortunately cycling is simply not an option for her, yet at the same time she doesn't meet the threshold for a means tested car park. So we're very concerned about the proposed parking scheme in Newtown and Berhampore. My main concern actually is the financial loss to the community. If every residential property in the two boroughs of Newtown were to pay an annual fee of $195 to permit their vehicle for a long stay, this would cost over $2 million per year. That's money that will no longer be available for spending at local businesses, money for clothing, food, medical visits, and for other essentials in life. And I'm not even counting the revenue from enforcement. I'm also concerned that there will be considerable costs associated with establishing the road marking, signage and other administrative expenses. While I have no doubt that these costs have been factored in and will be recouped promptly, this money is also lost to the community, and the reality is that the policy does not focus on taking cars off the road, but rather it simply moves them elsewhere. In our community, we have the hospital, many other medical and health facilities, halfway housing, social housing provided by both the council and Kia Ora. We all know that punitive policies like enforced parking time limits disproportionately impacts on people with low income and other underlying issues like mental illness, addiction, health and housing instability. It is inappropriate and inconsistent with the national sentiment to introduce a policy like this. This is a time when austerity and restraint is necessary. Your policy needs to be about Kiwi ingenuity and intelligently solving problems with what we've got, rather than imposing new taxes and compliance costs for existing services. Surely the results of the recent government election also confirm this. The proposed policy will have a negative impact on maintaining and upgrading properties in our suburb. The 25 to 50 days of free parking is simply inadequate. When my neighbour renovated their kitchen recently, they rebuilt the back of their house, there were 2 to 4 vehicles parked outside for approximately 9 months. So at $18 per day per vehicle, this could add as much as $12,000 to their project, and it's not okay. It's also not okay that residents of new social housing developments with dedicated parking available are automatically entitled to apply for permits ahead of residents with pre-existing properties. A Kia Ora facility recently opened nearby. Only 10 parks for 36 apartments were provided. When the project was proposed, I went to an open day. Residents questioned this and were told not to worry because the tenants won't have cars. That appears to not be the case, because since people began moving in, numerous new vehicles are parking in the area and the proposed system is inequitable. Another thing to consider is that in my street, despite having a busy church and childcare centre nearby, overflow from the zoo and countless long stay parkers from outside the area, there's still no lack of parking. I mean, there certainly are times when a convenient park isn't available, but I can always double park to unload my groceries and then find a park nearby. It would be very unusual to be unable to park in the same block. Yeah. However, I do respect that other residents in the area might not have this experience. I'm sure that there are people who simply can't get a park outside their house or even in the same block, and that for these people some sort of parking scheme would be beneficial. But I do believe the proposed plan is not the best fit. However, if it were to go ahead, then I would propose the following 3 amendments. 1, the enforcement period during weekdays should change to start at 8 a.m. and finish at 5 p.m. to accommodate schools and daycare centres in the area. There are 4 daycare centres in my street and many other schools in Kōrau in the area. Te Puna and whānau should be able to pick up the tamariki and drive them to the whare to provide after-school care without worrying that they're going to get a parking fine. This is a residential suburb. Traditionally, working class people live here. It's not an inner city suburb bordering on the business district and should not be treated as such. 2, enforcement on the weekends should be scrapped entirely. I should be entitled to hold a private event in the weekend and invite my whānau from around the motu to attend without concerns about their parking or using up my allocated free parking days. There is absolutely no need for weekend enforcement, as the weekday enforcement will push out any long stay parkers from outside of the area. And as I said previously, Newtown and Berempore are residential suburbs, not weekend workplaces. 3,
sorry, I was just going to say we are running out of time, but please keep making your
eligibility
point.
for the first parking permit should be unrestricted for all properties in the area. Anything less is inadequate and unfair due to the hierarchical nature of the proposed plan. At the end of the day, people in Newtown want to enjoy the community and share the facilities with everyone else. That's what we've been doing all these years, as people from outside the area have parked here for work, shopping and visiting whānau. Mihi ana kia koe I te whakarongo. Thank you very much. Any questions?
I will allow one question. Councillor McNulty. We don't allow clapping, or I'm sorry, from the gallery. Councillor McNulty.
Hey, thanks for your submission. I just had, I'd be interested on the local perspective. You talked about, nationally there was a signal in the elections that this is not the direction we should be going. But I think in the Rongotai electorate, we probably elected the most unequivocally pro-cyclist member of parliament that there has ever been. So how do you reconcile, I guess, that community sentiment against what, the national election sentiment?
Personally, I actually think there's room for both. My wife can't cycle. She needs to use a public a car, or she can take the bus if she's not carrying groceries. My issue, actually, to be honest, is with the bus lanes. The buses run really well down Rintoul Street, and we all wait when the buses are going through. I think to take out space for the bus lanes in the way that it is just leaving vacant space unusable for people on the road, and we see that outside the hospital. We would cycle. In fact, I bus mostly anyway. It's really, for me, the issue is around the parking, because we simply can't park outside our house, That's the bottom line.
Okay. Thank you very much, Tam. That's been very useful. Thank you. Now we're moving to Catherine. Apologies that we're running a wee bit behind time.
That's okay. Hi, everybody. You may be wondering why I'm here, given that I'm here so often and I live in Brooklyn and I'm not part of a cycle lobby group. And we're here to talk about Berempore. Last Friday, this is why. Last Friday, I went to Thorndon, then Johnsonville, then back to Thorndon, then Miramar, then Seatoon Heights, and then I went back to Brooklyn. And I did this on my bike, following the road rules. The day before, I was in Thorndon, then Newtown, then Houghton Bay, then Hataitai, and back to Brooklyn, again by bike. So I get around the city and I experience the changes that are happening, and I do it mostly by bike. I cycle because I'm pretty much guaranteed to arrive on time, though getting around the city is actually proving difficult for me and getting harder. I have spinal compression fractures, and any bump is unpleasant. I have to choose routes with the smoothest road. So this rules out any cycle lanes with those dotty textured platforms. They are awful. You're probably also wondering what this has to do with Berempore. Well, there are a lot of speed bumps and raised pedestrian crossings proposed for this route. From my experience cycling and driving around Wellington, there are very few speed bumps that are comfortable either mode of transport, and I expect they are awful on a bus or a taxi too, especially post-op, which is something else that I have experienced recently, and it's very unpleasant. The best ones that I have found in my search so far are the one on Childers Terrace in Kilburnie and the southernmost bump outside 181 Tasman Street and the bump just north of Ranfurly Terrace on the same street. The remainder of the speed bumps leave me wondering what on earth the ratepayers and residents of Wellington have ever done to upset, annoy city planners so much that we are given the situation that has eventuated at the top of Nio Gorge. I, for one, am going to break the rules and go up on the footpath from now on. Those speed bumps are vicious, nasty, divisive, and do nothing to engender tolerance to other road user groups. I implore you to consider the number of proposed speed bumps on the Berempore route. There is no need for a speed bump going from Lixford Street left into Adelaide Road at the free turn. Make it a compulsory stop if you're worried about misbehaviour. Or fine people for breaking the rules, like you're fining users of the bus lanes that have no buses in them. There is no need for a cycle lane on the left-hand side of Luxford heading west. The majority of cyclists these days have e-bikes and downhill are as fast, if not faster, than the cars. This is a nice wide road with plenty of room for all to share. Parking. One unit at the hospital is 46 staff members down. The loss of parking won't improve this. People travel outside of commuting hours, and this is again something the council plans for 8 till 5. They don't plan for shift workers 7 till 3. If you're coming from Wainuiomata, there's no public transport that will get you to the hospital to start your shift at 6:45. I think there's a midway, halfway, and the reason that the hospital doesn't have any parking that it gets income from is that my understanding is that it couldn't afford to demolish the building, so Mainzeal said they would do it, and then Mainzeal said as part of that we'll keep the income, and then they sold it off to Wilson Parking. So that's a commercial entity that's there to make money, not to provide a service for the hospital. I agreed with what Amanda said in the previous submitter, but one, I thought that was really well thought out, and if I was a resident, I would have liked to have copied her submission. I also thought Tam had a reasonable view on the world in terms of how it impacts, and while I am an experienced cyclist, as I've said before, I'm sick of being abused because I'm not using the cycle lanes. Anyway, that's my bit. Thank you very much for listening to me once again.
Thank you, Kathy. I think we have got Councillor Chung.
Thanks very much, Katie. Can you tell me what the difference between these speed bumps in Ranfurly Street and the other ones? What makes the speed bump so good?
It's the way that you go in. The ones now, you basically have to, there's no smooth transition to the bump. It basically goes along and then it goes up. So in a car, I'm a bit of a crazy driver. Years ago, Sue Piper told me I didn't want speed bumps out my side of my house, and she's quite right, because now in my car when I'm driving, I go across, I go across that way and then go across them at an angle and then go this way, because I have quite a low car compared to a four-wheel drive. But the ones in Ranfurly, north of Ranfurly and Childers Terrace, they've got a really nice, gentle entry, and they do slow you down, but they don't piss you off.
Great, thank you.
Thank you, Katie. Deputy Mayor.
Well,
no,
Katie,
we've still got more
sorry,
questions.
I had a yeah. Hello.
Katie,
Sorry, Laura, hello.
just so that I'm clear, because I didn't think I got it, but I have seen you cycling and not using the cycle lane. What is your reason for that? What can we do better?
My main reason for not using the cycle lane is the total ignorance of courtesy from the other cyclists. They don't know the road rules. They think that because they're on the bike they can pass anybody in front of them, and I would rather be in the traffic with a car that I know is going to follow the rules, even if 10% of them don't. 30% of cyclists don't. Today I saw 3 go through a red light. There was a woman who was weaving in and out of the traffic, didn't have any reflector gear on, didn't have a helmet, and just did what the hell she liked. So I'm not, I'm an experienced cyclist. I know the road rules. I'd rather go on the road.
Okay. Thank you. Now I know.
Thank you.
Sorry, any others?
No, but that's been very, very useful.
Thanks
and thank you. Right, so we've got Adam, and then we are breaking for lunch. No, not lunch. Yes, lunch. It is lunch.
Somebody mentioned lunch.
But no pressure, Adam. You get your 5 minutes, and we will not rush you.
Hopefully mine will be quite fast. Tēnā koutou katoa. My name's Adam Cheney. Although I was born in Wellington, in Newtown, in fact, my accent probably gives away that I've spent much of my life in the UK. I live in Island Bay, and I work at Zero on Taranaki Street in Te Aro. I'll try and keep this fairly short. This is mostly just my experience of using that route. So I'm a very keen cyclist. I travel by bicycle almost exclusively, although I use Mevo occasionally for some journeys, particularly when I need to carry others. My wife Polly and I gave up on car ownership around 8 years ago, and we haven't looked back. So my daily commute follows exactly the route that you're considering here today, and has done so for the last year. In fact, it was my route into town this morning. On average, I probably ride that route at least 6 times a week in either direction. Occasionally, I get up early and ride right the way around the bays to get to work because it's so beautiful. So bearing in mind that I speak to you as a very experienced cyclist with over a decade of riding across London in rush hours and longer commuting through Edinburgh, here are a few quick reasons why I think this infrastructure will be invaluable. So as it stands at the moment, it can be a bit intimidating riding up the hill into Berhampore, particularly at the pinch point that forms just past the football club. In that area, there is poor forward visibility because of the brow of the hill, but drivers often push on through and occasionally squeeze you against the parked cars if they've misjudged. And I wish I had the same experience as Catherine. I think 10% is incredibly optimistic. Through Berhampore itself can also be quite stressful. I think Wellington drivers pretty uniformly regard the 30km/h limit in Berhampore as optional, and the parked cars restrict the width of the lane, although they don't restrict the close overtakes. Going in the other direction, the climb up Rintoul Street from Newtown can also be pretty intimidating at times. Most drivers do not think that the seed to uphill direction rule applies to bikes, and they can also be pretty fast and loose with drive on the left. Again, the parking on that street leaves little room in several places in both directions. Since the lanes have gone in from Newtown to Tūāpapa around the basin, it's a much, much better experience cycling that section. And the lanes in Island Bay itself are excellent, so I'm pretty excited about the plans for Berhampore. Honestly though, I'm a long way from being the most important target for these changes. As I said, I've got a lot of experience riding in city traffic all around the world, so I'll be riding my bike whatever happens. My wife Polly though, who actually is with me today, is a perfect example of why Wellington needs infrastructure like this. Polly is obviously also without a car. In fact, she doesn't have a New Zealand licence and has no interest in getting one. When we were in the UK, she was a keen cyclist and rode most days. Since we've moved to Wellington though, she has cycled less and less, and the primary reason is that for her, Wellington streets and Wellington traffic are just way too intimidating. Facilities like those being proposed are exactly what she and potential riders like her need. She's already been joking that I'm going to have to help her get a new bike if these lanes are built, because then she'll have no excuse to avoid cycle commuting into work. And I think that's one of the key messages that I want to get across. Cycling on most of Wellington streets can be too intimidating for all but the hardiest of cyclists. Properly separated facilities unlock cycle commuting as an option for those that are, frankly, terrified of mixing with the traffic. That's me.
Thank you. I'm interested in your deep experience on this route. I would think that we need to make it really safe to get to Swiss and really safe for people to get to the hospital. Is there more that should be done? Can you see some obvious things that are gaps in the current plan?
I actually really like the plan. Whilst I hadn't actually looked at the speed humps, and obviously if that is an issue, then maybe there are ways.
I hate them.
Not.
But sorry, I shouldn't put my own personal view in, but I hate them. But yeah.
Not a problem for me. I think one of the areas that I'm most concerned about is in Berhampore, where the proposal is to have bikes leave the lane, share the road with traffic for a while, and then rejoin the lane. And as I said, the thing about Berhampore is I have been tutored at driving a Mevo at 30km/h through there, because most people don't see that it's a sensible speed to go through that area. So even if we were to put in 30km/h limits, if they're not enforced, then there'll still be cars going past at 50.
Yes, but generally you think it's a good plan.
Overall, I think the plan is very good. Yeah, I think protected uphill cycle lanes are an awesome idea.
Okay, we do have time for one more question if there is one. Councillor Calvert.
So your submission is about Berhampore rather than sort of the broader parking scheme?
So mine is specifically about the cycle facilities. I think one of the mistakes, and Wellington is not the only place that does this, is that cities build amazing short facilities for bikes, but they don't build routes. This will genuinely be a route that runs all the way from Island Bay to Tūāpapa. So for me, that's the most important thing.
Okay, thank you.
Right, well, thank you very much. Thank you for coming in. And Polly, we hope that it'll meet your needs if it goes ahead. Right. We do have lunch. We need to be back at 1:15 for our next submitter. Sorry, we have cut lunch a little bit short by allowing a few more questions. to come and speak to us now, Elspeth. And welcome, and there's 5 minutes, and that needs to include questions if you'd like it to. And the floor is yours.
Thank you, Councillor Free. Like many submitters at this hearing, this is my first time making a submission, and as you hear, I am very nervous. This is a big group of people for me. I'm here today as a long-time resident of Newtown and Berhampore, about 17 years all up, and 14 of those years I have been accompanied by my 3 small children. I'm very committed to active transport. My own mode is primary as a walker. Most people in the neighbourhood knew me as the lady with the orange pushchair, much like they know Alex Dyer as the guy with the orange bike. It eventually broke from too many years of walking, and I had to switch on to less memorable pushchairs. So that's me. I walk, I bike, not so much with children. I did with one child, and I've had more and more reality checks about what living with 3 children in your household means in terms of your ability to make those other transport choices. My kids walk to school. My boy stopped catching the bus when it went bad. He trots down to Wellington College. My kids know walking to school is my absolute expectation, and I was thinking there's probably one day a year where a parent says, oh, all right, the weather's horrible, I'll drive you. So that's my kind of attitude, and that's based on both a personal health kind of viewpoint and also environment. I lived and cycled in London for many years, so I'm pretty conscious of air quality from cars and also just the burning of fossil fuels. So that's a little bit about me. Something I've noticed is how much the route that I live on, Adelaide Road, is characterised as a place to get from A to B. It's how you get from the city to Island Bay. But it is also an intently local road for households like mine. And we are living there. We do own a car in our household. Our property fronts down onto Adelaide Road with a very steep bank and steps, like many. So our car does park on the road. We didn't choose to live on a main road because we thought it would be fun to hear all those traffic noises and busyness and fire sirens, and when the cool high buses came, to have all those people on the bus looking straight into my bedroom windows. So there are things that come with living on the main road. And as members of the community who understand that everyone needs to get around, we kind of just roll a bit with those things that come with living there. For now, I feel that we are being asked to compromise a little bit too far as members of the community. If you look at the plans in isolation, if you're only a cyclist travelling through, that's great. Of course, you'd want to take away the car parking on Adelaide Road, but that's not the only consideration that you need to take into account. Something that's pretty big on my particular stretch is so we would be eligible for a residence permit. However, the places where one could go to use that permit are really quite poorly accessed and also not particularly close to our house. So I plugged in some pictures. Does that mean I need to know how to use the pointer? Forward arrow, I guess. So one of the places we could go and park is on Tūāpapa Street. So we could cross Adelaide Road with its 13,300 traffic movements per day. I don't want to be encouraged to cross Adelaide Road any more than I do, even though there will be a lovely new crossing. That's still a very busy road, and get down those steps. And thank God that I've just stopped all of those years of having the pushchair, because that's not a good alternative. I could also walk down to the bottom of Tūāpapa Street, but as you notice, this is a downhill slope with no footpath on either side. Also doesn't actually feel particularly fair to say, hey, go park your car down there, and when you're going out in your full car, we try really hard to only have a full car, only when there's all 5 of us travelling. That doesn't really feel like a fair alternative. I tried to do a picture here. I could also go and park in Akatea Street. I've tried to do a red arrow, so the bottom blue line is standing right outside my house, outside my power pole, and Akatea Street is, as you see, across the road, so it's another place you can only access with 2 further road crossings. So I'd give that a big minus point for actually being practically quite far away and not particularly pedestrian friendly, again, to get there. And that leaves us with Dawson Street round the corner. It has made it onto the list of the 20 steepest streets in Wellington. There's going to be a residents parking zone on there, but as I and many people pointed out, there's not actually going to be enough space to do that on both sides because there's not space for two-way traffic and parked cars. So it's likely that there will be a small residence zone there and quite a lot of people fighting for it. So my little stretch of Adelaide Road, there's over 72%. It sounds like a big number. So that's 8 out of 11 houses don't have off-street parking on the eastern side. So we're all going to be squidging around looking for those parks. So that's quite a personal view. Dawson Street is going to be a really big problem for pedestrians. So walking across the bottom there, that's how my daughter gets to school. At the moment, she can cross it safely herself. But as you've heard from other submitters, the effect of proposing to close the right turn bay from from Luxford Street into Upper Rintoul means that this is the other route all that traffic is going to funnel. So at the moment, you've got quite a little road. It does get used sometimes as a rat run, that's true, but its nature is effectively a quiet connector road, and all of a sudden you have moved a lot of traffic down a really steep road.
Unfortunately, Elspeth, we are running out of time. You've finished? Yeah. Okay.
The clock says I'm finished. Yeah.
The clock does say you're finished.
Sarah.
But thank you very much for that, really detailed knowledge of your local suburb, and that's really useful to us. So thank you. Okay, we're moving now to Rakesh. Rakesh, I'd like to invite you to talk to us. Welcome.
Thank you, councillors.
So it's 5 minutes and the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you. I'm a long-term resident of Rental Street. We have lived on the street for over 40 years. We have lived on the affected streets and suburbs of Berhampore, Island Bay, Newtown for over 50 years, where the proposed changes are going to take effect. So I'm very familiar of the traffic movements that have occurred over the last 50 years on those affected streets. My view is, yes, we need to change with what's happening with cars and climate change, but I think what we're doing or what's going to happen with the proposed changes is just going a bit too far for those affected residents. And I don't know how many long-term residents have actually made submissions or not, but I know my family who live on Rental Street, with the bike lane changes, we live on a street that's actually going up Rental Street, not going into the city, so we're on the left-hand side as you're going up. The proposal is to have a cycle lane going up it. So we usually park on the street. We have a sister who is intellectually handicapped, also physically disabled, so she requires a taxi service to come and pick her up to take her to day outings and other activities. So having a cycle lane with bollards will mean, in effect, that she won't be able to go to her activities because those carers or people who pick her up require access outside her house. So I guess I'm speaking on her behalf as well, because obviously she cannot come and present her views to you. Also, as I said, I've seen traffic movement up and down the street over the last 50 years. And what I have noticed is on weekends, especially on Sundays, I hardly see cyclists going up or down the street. Our lounge looks straight onto Rental Street, and a few weeks ago I did a count, and there were no cyclists. And in the winter months, again, I hardly ever see cyclists going up or down the street. And even on weekdays, as you probably all know, there's not many cyclists who cycle to work. So I think, as I said, the proposed changes are probably going a bit too far. As some of the submitters have already said, it's good to have, if you're a cyclist, have a good clean run without, thinking too much about ongoing traffic. But it has these changes will adversely affect the residents of Newtown. Over the 50 years that we've lived in Berempore, Newtown, a lot of the houses have become rentals just because of the close proximity to the CBD, I guess. And many people have one or two cars, so if not more. And a lot of Newtown being an old suburb, 150-year-old suburb, those houses, the old villas weren't developed or made for people to have cars. So people obviously nowadays have to park on the streets. It is going to cause issues as to where we seek, park cars, because it's going to be a first come, first served basis. And as I said, for us, we need to have access, for my sister in particular, in front of the house, because she can't walk. So if we have to make her walk 20, 30 metres, people who pick her up will just not do that, because they usually have other people they need to pick up as well, so they can't leave their car unattended or unsighted, really. And for her to walk 20, 30 metres would take her an hour or so, just because of her disabilities. So for her, it's like someone being on a life support system, and if you take away, if someone switches off the electricity, then their life is over. For her, this is the only way she can actually get out of the house, is for easy access to a taxi service or whoever to come pick her up and take her to her day services. Otherwise, she's going to be housebound. I guess that's my time up.
I'm afraid it is, but thank you very much for sharing that with us. Just ask you quickly, is your house on the uphill side?
We're on the left-hand side as you're going up Rental Street towards the hospital.
So you are where the cycle lane is proposed?
Yeah, where that cycle, the proposed cycle lane is on our side.
Okay. Yes, we can have one question.
Yeah, thanks, Rakesh. Just my question is I'm just thinking about logistics. At the moment, that parking is often very full. How does a car access at the moment?
You mean to pick my sister up, or just anywhere?
Yeah.
Usually, they will park. So there's a next door neighbour who has a car park, a garage. So they usually park there, or they will actually park in front of the house, because by that stage I've already left for work. Or there's a bus lane, just like the house next door to us.
A bus stop.
A bus stop, rather, yeah. So they'll either stop at one of those 3 points. But with the cycle lane, if bollards go up, then there's no way they can park on our side of the street, as the street going up.
Yeah.
I've asked on many times that we have like a handicapped person's car park put up, but that hasn't really happened. Getting my sister across the road is a mission as well. And people who pick her up, the taxi service, they have indicated that, depending on where these designated new car parks are, it just won't happen, because she has a shared taxi with other people, similar people of her ability, and they just can't leave their vehicles unattended with other people.
Yeah.
And if it takes a half an hour to walk, 20, 30 metres, then that's not possible either.
Great, thank you.
Thank you very much, Rakesh. All right, we now have Steve. Welcome, Steve. You know the drill.
Indeed. Okay, our cunning plan for today is we've got one presentation between myself and Rona. We saw our times were similar, we have similar interests, so I will talk to our presentation for 5 minutes, and then Rona and I will both present the association's perspective and answer questions then. So, and as I said last week, I've got my cycle lane after 10 years of campaigning. It's lovely to see, and it's particularly the uptake. That's been the number one thing for 10 years. We've been saying, build a connected cycle lane, it will be used, and we now have evidence that supports that. But moving on to parking, there's things we like about this parking area. It's an attempt to deal with a real and ongoing problem. It's been around for a long, long time. 30 years I've been in Newtown, and it's come and gone. We like the residential parking priority that's in there. It's the nature of houses in Newtown particularly, very few, now street 2 out of 10, maybe it's changed, have 3 maybe, have off-street parking. We like the acknowledgement in your document that transport and parking decisions should be based on local circumstances and evidence. The concern, though, relates to that last point, in that during the consultations, pre-consultations, when the officers came to see us at the Residents Association, we talked about the need to look at individual streets around Newtown, because Newtown streets are very peculiar. Street I live on doesn't really have any concerns, but others have really difficult access. We're unfortunate, we think that the plan as it is far too broad and doesn't cater for particular interests of the unique circumstances in some streets. And we also were concerned, I shared this with a previous consultation too, that the simple submission form didn't leave much space for comments. Those of us who know SurveyMonkey know you can just keep on typing and it will be recorded, but someone who's not used to that format might think they only have 2 lines to type in. That was a concern. Specifically, the P120, I think it's fair to say Resident Association members who've contributed to our group discussions, we believe that is too short. That's been covered before. 180 seems good. We thought that longer than that might bring new problems. And we want to encourage, we believe that 3 hours would be good for encouraging local shopping as well. The time periods are too broad. We really don't understand this one at all, I don't think. I certainly don't. That after 6 and during the weekends, there doesn't seem to be a major problem that we're aware of, but we'd have to go back and have another look. Maybe more. It's unfortunate that the parking survey was immediately before COVID. A lot of things have changed since then. The weekend parkings in particular make it, the restrictions in the weekend are going to make it more difficult for people to have visitors around, which seems unnecessary. So, yeah, we've suggested some alternatives there. It really comes on to the next slide, both for the parking, the visitors, and in general, flexibility is required. I was thinking about this on the way down here, and part of the challenge we have is that we're being asked to comment on a scheme which uses a tool in terms of parking by plate, which we've not seen operating in the city at all. It's nowhere. We don't know how it's going to work. We don't know how what the mechanisms will be about it. So we've got a few notes on there of things that we think should be considered in terms of flexibility and why we believe it's important. Another thing we found in our discussions with members is there's a few examples there of places where the parking permits are quite complicated, or they don't meet, the circumstances are complicated. The parking permit system has to be easily accessible and usable, but there are circumstances which require a bit more thinking through, and again, we're not sure of the implications of how that's going to be done. And Verona can speak about visitors permits later.
Thank you, Steve. we are out of time for this one, but maybe we'll have time for questions with the next round 2 of your and Rona's submission. We'll move on now to James, if he's here. I think he's online. Hi, James.
Kia ora.
You know the drill.
Hi.
Yeah, welcome.
Righty-ho, kia ora nō koutou, ka mihi ki a koutou I tēnei rā, ka mihi ki nā kai kōrero I muri au. And yeah, it's really interesting to hear all the different concerns and different unique points, because they are really correct that, of course, Wellington has all its unique challenges. But as I said in my submission last week, if we were to stop a transport project because there's a traffic problem in Wellington, nothing would happen. The fundamental points I'd say with this submission. So my family, currently we live on Haropi Street in Newtown. Very hopeful to be moving to some of the flats into Wharipori Street, but we will see about that. At the moment, I cycle from there to the train station every day. The proposal for the cycleway, I think, is a really good, sensible one, which acknowledges that there's really limited space. And so as I said with the Karori one last week, if all that happens is getting the uphill bits put in, even say, I think it's Luxford Street, is it? Where there's proposed of having ones on both sides of the road. If all that happens is we can just get uphill bits in order to provide a little bit of extra parking for people and then do traffic calming measures in other places, then that would be a significant improvement on what is there at the moment. I think almost everyone in the room remembers the debate 10 years ago about the cycleway to nowhere. And there's finally the opportunity to actually make those links, and it will be great when that's actually finally able to happen. And it has taken so long, agonizingly long. So anything I would say we can do to get the uphill bits in would be a massive improvement. Certainly, I know taking the kids, for example, to Jim Ballich Playground on the cargo bike, going downhill is a breeze. We can go at the speed of the cars almost. It's not an issue. But what was always the worrying bit was going back home from there when you have very narrow spaces. And it's very true, which is why it makes it even more scary on a bike, particularly if you've got kids. I've made some vague points about the parking proposal. I do not drive. One of those, bit like the former climate change minister in that sense, kind of useless, never got his driver's license, never got round to it, and now it's a bit embarrassing. So I can't really comment that much on that, but I would say that it would be really great for the City Council to work with the hospital to come up with a transport solution for shift workers, particularly those who are working nights when public transport is not an option. We're living on Haropi Street. That street is where all the people who can't afford to pay for parking at the hospital park, and there's a lot of them. So any possible solution which can be provided would be great. There's been a lot of talk about the fact that Wellington Hospital has a bunch of minibuses which it uses for the run to Keneperu. So anything which could be done to provide an option for people working night shifts, if they can't find a park, perhaps could a couple of drivers, a couple of night owl drivers be hired to run a little bus service for people who are working night shifts as a way to come up with a creative solution to the problem. Yeah, ko tērā te tērā. That's kind of the basis of my comments. Thank you very much.
Thank you, James. Do we have questions? We do have a bit of time. No, I think that you've given us some things to think about. And we
Iona's waving her hand.
Oh, is that a question?
Thanks, James. But I'm just sending you an email. I'm asking all the non-drivers how they're coping, and you think you can, support your family and do the right thing without a car? Kia ora.
Aye. To be honest, the reason why we've been able to do it is because we were sticking to Berhampore and Newtown as places to live. And that is a place where it's actually possible to live locally. It is like a 10-minute town area by itself. There's a library, there's a supermarket, so you can walk down the road to the shops. And also the fact that we've actually got a decent income. And so we were able to, for example, afford a cargo bike, which definitely widened the world summit. And it's very true. There's a lot of people in Newtown whizzing around on cargo bikes. They clearly are it's definitely the vehicle of the landed gentry of cyclists because they're quite expensive. But it's very true that there's a lot of basically middle-class families in Newtown that whip around on cargo bikes with their kids. And that's definitely
new cool.
And it's definitely, the new cool. They don't wear hipster tweed because it would be way too hot. But
All right. Well, thank you very much, James. Right, we will move on after that. Thank you. To Simon.
Kia ora. First time speaking to the council, so please bear with me. I guess I'm here today because I really care about Wellington. I care about the climate, New Zealand's decarbonisation journey, and I really think the improvements that are being proposed through the cycle public infrastructure or public transport and pedestrian infrastructure, as well as the parking proposals, is just really a good thing for Wellington, for our economy, for our community, the environment, and sustainability. And I'm sure for many reasons we've heard throughout the past 2 days and all the other oral hearings. So just start by saying that I strongly support these proposals. Overall, I think they're good. I don't really have any specific comments about the details. Many of, just being here earlier, I do agree, having that uphill protection on cycle lanes is really important. And I am a confident cyclist. I've been cycling for a number of years. I've been fortunate enough to sort of commute on my bike in the many cities that I've lived in. I have had a number of close calls with cars in Wellington, so I really support the safe infrastructure that's being connected throughout our city. I guess, there are two main reasons that I'd like to talk to today. Firstly, it's sort of from that personal point of view. I live in Berhampore. I cycle to work in the city daily, on the weekends as well, for just visiting the city, visiting friends, other errands. I mentioned safe cycling infrastructure is really important. I have had a few close calls, despite, I'm probably biased, but I do think I'm a safe and defensive cyclist. I have adjusted my daily commute from Berhampore, from Tory Street and Tasman Street to along the Kent Terrace cycle lane. And I will be, with these improvements in Berhampore, cycling from Luxford, up Rintle and back, where at the moment I'm using Adelaide Road to get into the city, but I'm coming home via Rintle. And even so, there's not really enough room for cyclists with the traffic as well as the parking. Just as an aside, since that Kent Terrace cycle lane's been introduced, I've just seen the number of cyclists increase rapidly. And even this morning, there were about 10 of us waiting at the Marjorie Banks intersection for the lights to go green. I guess, with this point, I'm in a, fortunate enough that I'm thinking with all this connected cycle infrastructure, I'm looking to sell my car and replace it with an e-bike. So I think that's, really important. And I realise, not everyone's in that situation, but there will be quite a few people they just might not realise it yet. We're very lucky in Wellington to have a compact CBD, and with the cycling infrastructure improvement to public transport, many people could be making a choice to, relinquish their car and move to public transport, Mevos, and cycling. And, I'll be one fewer car on the road, making it available for those people that need it, as well as for parking in the Newtown and Berhampore area. I guess the second point I'd like to make quickly is just a more general point of view of a proud Wellingtonian with an optimistic vision of our city's future. I have sort of lived in a number of cities around the world, including Amsterdam, Cambridge, Aberdeen, Melbourne, Perth, You know, and I think Wellington is, you know, the best city of all those, and I choose to live here for many reasons, but one of those is, you know, the cycling, the trails, the easy access from our doorstep, you know, for recreational activities. And I think, you know, the momentum that started with, you know, with the cycling, you know, making it a safe city to get around, that's only a good thing for the city. And I just really hope it continues, because, you know, I guess, you know, we're perfectly shaped to be a connected city of the future. And I think the economic, community, environmental benefits are, you know, if they're not already clear, hopefully they will become clear. And we've seen cities around the world really benefit, you know, from you know, making it connected with cycling and public transport. Yeah, so I guess that's just sort of the key points I want to get across today. I'll finish up there.
Thank you. We've got a question from Councillor Chung.
Thanks very much, Simon. Much appreciated. We've heard a lot of submissions this morning about health workers, particularly around the hospital, and Mary Potter, Salvation Army, sort of around that area of Newtown. They're going to have some severe issues with coming into work, particularly in shift work, and finding a place to park. So would you see any compromise there anywhere that we can actually, you know, keep as many people as possible happy with the changes?
I'm sure, yeah, I suppose the key point is having those uphill cycle lanes to protect. As long as they're there, that's a great improvement, I think, overall. So, you know, that's the compromise me personally would like to make, but then I acknowledge there are cyclists that really, you know, want, you know, the safe lanes for, you know, to get around safely.
Thank you. We are out of time, but thank you very much.
Cool. Thank you.
Right, I'd now invite Rona and Steve to come back up. Oh, no, I thought that's what you... No, that's right. I thought that's what you were saying. Right. Welcome. Lovely to see you both. So I just invite you to pick up and carry on from, well, in Steve's case, and Rona, for you to let us know what you need to let us know.
Okay. Just to recap, some of our main concerns are not about the scheme as a whole, because we want to have a solution to congested parking, but it's about the details. And so extending the time limits and recognising that the extreme need for some restrictions is weekdays, business hours, and leaving the weekends and evenings free. But some of the other specifics are around the difficulties with visitors. It would be less difficult if it wasn't all done online, or if it didn't need to be registered, either whether it's online or by phone, before the day of the visit. But the difficulty of doing that, I think, is obvious. I mean, if you think of who comes to visit, somebody drops in to see you and you say, no, sorry, you can't stay more than this amount of time because we haven't registered you, or you're expecting a tradesperson, you don't know exactly when they're coming, you don't know exactly what vehicle they're going to be using and how to register their number plate ahead of time. And that's one good reason for not having restrictions at the weekend, because having to do all that for weekend visitors, overnight stays, maybe parties, just would quickly use up your visitors' permits, quite apart from the fact of the difficulty of actually registering them. So, I mean, if there was a possibility, some sort of permit's needed. There's got to be something for allowing exemptions to the restrictions. But if it was possible to go back to using a paper-based thing like a coupon parking permit, or else a parking app like Parkable, that would help. Well, it would help greatly. Which brings us really to essentially our last point of the actual presentation, is not everyone is digitally literate, and a lot of, and also they don't all they're not all comfortable with English as the language that they operate in. So there needs to be some alternatives other than doing everything online, and there also needs to be good translation services for a lot of people in our community. But essentially, that's our points. So open to discussion, or I'm sure we could elaborate if there are questions. But
it'd be good to have some questions. My question is actually around the extra, permits for visitors. And I was sort of thinking they'd be paper ones and you could sort of dish them out, but no. And what you're saying is actually it would be easier if you had a paper solution or a parking app than what's proposed.
Yep.
Okay.
Yes. Yes.
Okay. Well, I think that's now clear to me. Right. Councillor Abdurrahman.
Thank you, Rona, like always, for your advocacy for the community. My question for you is, are you involved in the planning stage as a resident association? If so, what was your input that not included in this?
It was yes and no, we were included. We'll go back to the parking policy. I feel we had a good lot of input into that. We had a lot of discussions, and we liked it when the parking policy came out, talking about before the actual plan was instituted, there would be area-based planning. Now, we don't think that area-based planning happened in the way we imagined it would. We were imagining having a sort of a deliberative conversation with stakeholders and council officers and talking about the pros and cons that we've just been talking about. What sort of time limit is best? What is your experience? Asking us what our experience was of the difficulties with parking. At the moment, the data is based on one survey in 2019. It might as well be the other.
Lots happened in that.
And there's been a bit of review and surveying since then, but that was where it sort of started. So, no, we don't think we've had the sort of planning we expected. We have had people come to us, and the team have been very good. They've come, and particularly when we asked them to come, but they've updated us on their thinking. And when we said, well, what about, for instance, 180, it was, yes, that could be possible, make a submission. But when you come to make a submission, the actual submission doesn't encourage anything, except, yes, we approve of this, or no, we don't. You've got to go out of your way to say something different.
So my second question is, with the absence of what you already mentioned, and with the absence of the way the consultation itself was just only electronic, and again, the language barrier, do you think this is, to some extent, the reflection of what the community is feeling, or no?
Hard to tell for absolute sure, but I do know it's a reflection of what the people that we are in contact with. And we do know, I know, for all the time I've been involved in the association, parking pressures, everybody has been upset about parking pressures. About not being able to find a park anywhere, not being able to go to hospital appointments or whatever, because all the parking tends to be taken up by commuters. So
there was the point you made when we presented our toilet petition for Kōrau Park. You noted the reach of our association. So we do believe that, while the people who come to meetings are pretty narrow band, we believe we do have a lot of contact in the community who we hear from.
One more question, and we are a bit short of time, so Councillor Calvert, if you could keep the question brief and the answer reasonably brief.
You've given us feedback from a resident's perspective. Have you had much engagement with the sort of the other health providers, basically, in the health precinct, and how that relates to what they've been telling us?
No, not as such. We do have some members who cross over because they are involved with the hospital and hospital parking, and but we know that the council and the hospital parking people have been talking.
That issue dates back to the resource consent for the hospital 10 years ago. And also it's worth noting that only somewhere around about 20% of the staff at the hospital are shift workers. The vast majority are working regular hours. That's easy to forget.
And it's also reflected in the fact that, in fact, the pressure on the parking at night isn't great.
Okay, thank you. We have run out of time, but that's been very useful feedback. Thank you. We're moving now to Isabella Crawthorne, and she's online from Fox on Bikes. Welcome, Isabella.
Tōna koutou. Thank you for the opportunity to make a submission. And on a personal note, it's really exciting to kind of have come sort of full circle from the days of 2014 and to finally be able to see the fruits of everyone's labours in Newtown. So it's a beautiful thing. Very briefly, what is Frox on Bikes? We exist, we're a charitable trust. We exist to make a point which still needs a bit of making in New Zealand, that you can jump on a bike in your everyday life in whatever clothes you happen to want to wear that day, even a big frock if that's how you roll. And we encourage people to ride by making it fun and interesting and social. We run a whole bunch of different events, everything ranging from a World Menopause Day ride, which was really beautifully done this year, through to arts trails and other fun excursions. And we've also done a lot of skills training and so forth in the past in partnership with different councils. Very briefly, the things that get our people out and riding on their bikes, because they are not cyclists, they are typically people who are, you're interested but concerned, they'd like to give it a go, they don't feel like they're the type of cyclist person. What does get them out on bike is three things. It is comfort, connection, and choice. So comfort, feeling like you don't have to get sweaty with fear because you've just had a close pass. So you can get to work, get to the kindy, do what you want to do without being terrified on a regular basis. Connection, women typically have much more complicated transport movements than blokes do. We often go lots of different places to do things for family and friends and for our slightly more complicated lives. Connecting to places where people actually need to be is really important. And choice is about making us feel that getting on a bike is a genuine option. You don't have to gird your loins and get loads of special gear and put on your game face and take some special drugs to calm your heart rate down in order to take this choice. It can just be easy and something that appeals to you on a regular day. And the Newtown connections tick all of those boxes. We want to give them the Frox on Bikes thumbs up. They provide comfort foremost, certainly where there's the most speed and risk. We would be in favour of uphill cycle lanes in some more places, and we are genuinely really excited about the prospect of being able to cycle in the traffic lane where cars are genuinely going at 30k. The connection is great. You're stitching together lots of schools, the hospital, great places to eat. Town centre, big tick on connection. And the choice. Look, this whole package has actually been brilliant because now you can get bikes on buses much more. The range of choices that's open to somebody who gets out with Frox on Bikes is now much greater in the whole Newtown area. So generally speaking, 2 thumbs up. As other submitters have alluded, it's not rocket science, right? You build safe infrastructure that makes this scary piece of the city feel a lot safer, and people are coming out. And the e-bikes and cargo bikes that are making use of the space with lots of kids on board. We're also seeing older people who were a little bit nervous before now feeling like they can pop down and start patronising the shops in Newtown and the restaurants and the ramen shop and so on their bikes is really significant. So yeah, the transitional approach has been really good. We've had really good responses from people saying from the get-go they felt like it was all of a sudden safer, and then they put in lots of feedback about how to make it better, and it's been great to see some of the tweaks done sort of but in the hospital area. So yeah, generally 2 big thumbs up from Frox on Bikes. And the parking changes that are making all of this possible, it's brilliant to see council doing these 2 things sort of hand in glove. And it is obviously really, really complex and tricky to get parking right, but it is super important, and we're really encouraging the council to move forward roughly right, not try and get everything precisely perfect, because there will be no such thing as our cities and towns transition, but moving forward roughly right is really great. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Isabella. We have 17 seconds left, so probably not quite enough time for questions, but what I'd like to say is we look forward to Frocks on Bikes maybe being able to help out some of the female staff in the hospital to get a bit more confident actually using our bike lanes to get to and from their residents to the hospital. So I don't know if there's an opportunity there, but there might be.
Absolutely, that's what we do.
Wonderful.
Thank you very
Thank
much.
you very much. Thank you. Bryce, on Zoom, welcome. Bryce Golden-Chen. There's
Thank
5
you.
minutes, and that needs to allow for questions if you'd like them.
Great.
Floor is yours.
Hi, Oh, yep. Can you hear me all right?
We can.
Wonderful. Hi, everyone. Thank you for this opportunity to speak to my submission. I appreciated the previous individual speaker who also noted he was a first-timer offering personal comment here, so same for me. I've lived in Wellington since 2018. I've been over in Island Bay for the past year and work in the CBD, and I use various forms of transportation to commute and generally get around. I walk, drive my car, take the bus, have on occasion used scooters, and ride my bicycle, but not nearly as much as I'd like to. So as a person who uses all of these options, and given Wellington's quite a dynamic city as far as weather, different kinds of events, I really do appreciate having an ability to choose different travel that are supported, fit for purpose, and safe infrastructure. It really makes a difference to have the whole system that's connected and works well together, both for getting around in a timely and safe manner. So to the first proposal, as a customer of businesses in Newtown and Berhampore, I support it. I think it, as far as I can tell, it does make more flexible options for car parking, and the plan appears to help with that. I've experienced driving around trying to find a parking spot and being delayed for dinner plans and whatnot. So it seems like that should help alleviate some of those issues. And I think, yeah, flexible parking for work commuters, for residents, especially at the hospital, is definitely an important priority. And I would really love to see it implemented in a way that is supporting all of these different modes of transportation. I suspect, given the health benefits of active transport, many at the hospital might support, getting better infrastructure in for cycling and all of those things, as well as car parking as needed. For the second proposal, without getting into too many of the details, I think supporting the bicycling and more broader public transit infrastructure really helps from an affordability standpoint, especially during current cost of living being so high. And having more mobility options that really do work, serve more residents, whether it's through health benefits, environmental sustainability interests, and community safety, just having more people kind of out and about enjoying our spaces. And as far as from the sort of driver and cyclist perspective, I can definitely relate to being a driver and interacting with cyclists on the roads. And I think having clear, separated lanes where possible, especially uphill, helps support safe and stress-free travel for everybody, for all road users. And having roadways that are designed to keep people safe will encourage more people to travel through these areas in ways that are beneficial for the economy and help everybody get where they're going safely and timely. And particularly as a resident of Island Bay, I know I would commute to work more by my bicycle if there was a full connected route. In my written submission, I was sort of wondering if there's certain areas where it might make sense to have a two-way lane on one side of the street, if that would help enable more consistent connectivity into the CBD. That's basically the essence of my comments. Yeah, thanks for the opportunity.
Thank you.
I'll either let you catch up on time or take questions.
Are there questions for Bryce? Thank you for your submission, Bryce.
Sure.
I'm actually not seeing any, but thank you very much for the feedback that you've given us and for taking the time to talk to us. It's appreciated.
Thanks.
Thank you. So we've got Urmila on Zoom. Urmila, welcome. Yes. Urmila, we're welcoming you to speak to us now if you're ready. And there's 5 minutes. maybe we could come back.
Are you there?
You are here.
Hello?
Yes, brilliant.
Okay. Sorry.
No, we're ready for you now. There's 5 minutes, and that needs to include questions if you would like questions. So welcome, Urmila.
Welcome. Thank you. Okay, so I represent the Independent Business Residential Group. The lives of people coming and going to the Newtown area had seen little or no pressure on parking in Newtown. It was not an issue and has not been a problem over the years. I reiterate, up until the recent on-street changes, pressure on parking was not an issue. There are 3 hospitals in the area, yet each hospital has a shortfall of parking, not only for patients and caregivers, but for their staff. The Newtown markets have a weekly basis causing congestion in Newtown, yet no suitable parking arrangements or parking buildings are in the area to facilitate a growing destination for shoppers. 1 day per week, an assembly of people throughout 75% of the daylight hours in the area. These additional issues exacerbate the problem that has become manifest with the removal of car parks from Main Street to the Basin Reserve and beyond. The parking removal along the main route would have seen a reduction in the income for Wellington City Council and at a higher turnover of cars throughout the day, almost 60,000 cars between Main Street and Courtney Place. That would have ameliorated some of the financial woes Wellington City Council and its ratepayers are now facing. Elevated periods of congestion on our roads, and these create frustration, tempting the drivers to park in the suburban residential parts of Newtown. The illogicality that Wellington City Council on the street planning has created in Newtown is hampering responses from fire, police, and ambulance services to the other areas of Wellington. Cars are unable to give way to emergency services as there is nowhere to veer off and give a clear, unobstructed pathway for the emergency services as the cycleway barriers and poles block the way. The situation becomes farcical as cyclists are cycling in both the cycle lanes and the road, with more and more preferring to cycle on the road itself as it's safer than the cycle lanes itself. Enough said. The solution that officers have on this proposal is equally illogical, and the planning needs to be rethought. The pressure on parking is easy to define for all of us who live along the streets 24/7. We suggest the answer is to put the parking buildings into the hospital grounds to service its staff and medical service attendees. Retain the residential parking as it is, restore the parking between Rutherford Street and Courtney Place, and come up with pragmatic, worthy, award-winning solutions for Wellington. Remember, if there is a funeral, it does not allow time to apply for a parking permit. Life has unexpected turns, but Wellington City Council seem to be developing for organised events and situations. Again, I reiterate, Newtown has 3 hospitals. There is nothing about the area other than organised, chaotic events that occur every day for citizens of Wellington. The use of the medical mile encompasses staff, patients and caregivers needing a higher priority than bike lanes, parking removal and further pressurising medical staff and users of the area. I recognise the quandary of the elected representatives where they may be damned if they do and damned if they don't. If they stop listening to the citizens of Wellington, these same citizens will be forced to seek remedial avenues for these illogical policies. I reiterate, the parking strain is from staff of the 3 areas in the hospital, all competing for a finite number of parking spaces. The residents and their visitors are being disadvantaged by the current situation where there is an infinite number of people seeking car parks and getting to places that they need to arrive, aka the hospital. It's obvious alternative transport and the likes are not providing the viable long-term solutions, and further obvious that reports flashed out to the media are flawed and unfounded, making Wellington seem like it's coming back as the streets and businesses and residents have a completely different reality. Thank you. Questions, if there's time?
Yes, we have one from Councillor Abdurrahman.
Thank you, Urmila. And you submitting this as a business, independent businesses. How many are they? Are they aware you are submitting on behalf of them?
As always.
Okay.
Are you there?
We might have lost you, Urmila, just briefly.
Yeah, sorry. Is there another?
No, the question was, we lost your answer. The question was how many businesses are represented in your association, and are they aware that you are putting in the submission?
Yes, the businesses that we have a coalition with are aware.
Okay, and the number, roughly?
We're 90 plus.
Okay, cool. Thank you very much, Urmila. Thank you for your submission. We have run out of time for further questions, but we do appreciate you coming to speak to us.
That question was not really relevant to the submission of the parkings, Ibrahim.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm Nuruddin, by the way. Urmila.
Okay, right. So we'll move on now to Paul Robinson. Oh, he's not here. So, Justin, I'm sorry to take you so much out of turn, but I hope you're not inconvenienced by that. So, we have you have 5 minutes. It will go by quickly, and it needs to include time for questions. Welcome.
Indeed. Yeah, I prepared a little presentation just to keep me to time, really. Thanks for the opportunity to come along. 5 minutes will go quickly, so I did want to focus on the bike and bus scheme, but I'll touch on parking as well. I'd also like to say, I guess, I live on Adelaide Road, so I'm quite invested. I support cycle lane investment, but I support robust decision making even more so. And I guess this is what I want to talk about mostly, is just, I guess, some unhappiness or disquiet maybe with the robustness of the assessment that's informed this proposal. So I've got up here some stuff from Paniki Poniki. Obviously, we want a cycle network that's safe and suitable for all ages and ability. It's clear that designs need to take account of other functions and activities of the roads. Alternative routes may need to be considered if these routes are not suitable, the ones identified, I guess, a couple of years ago. And just a graph there, I guess, highlighting that every measure of best practice suggests that you should not have a shared facility where there's 13,000 vehicles a day like there are on Adelaide Road, even under reduced speeds. So jumping ahead, some stuff from the multi-criteria analysis of the transitional cycleways. I felt this was quite misaligned with Paniki Poniki because the other functions were not considered. There was no weighting given to emergency vehicles or tradespeople or freight vehicles. And it was also misaligned with the transport hierarchy, 40% weighting to cycling and only 15% to walking. And there were some quite significant errors in the detail, and I thought errors in the scoring as well. I did try to talk to the transition team, but that wasn't possible. They suggested I just put this in my submission, which I did so as best I could. Also, I guess, as a result of that, because probably the MCA criteria and scoring was flawed, council transition team felt the need to override the preferred outcomes in many cases. And for like Rintoul Street North, in fact, the lowest scoring of 5 outcomes was put forward as the preferred solution. But the analysis and assessment that determined that solution was not made available, and it's not clear if it actually exists. So likewise, I guess, I think it was probably right to override because the MCA analysis was so flawed, but it does raise the question of why wasn't the analysis and assessment provided, and does it exist? Likewise for the parking scheme, it seemed in breach of the parking policy of 2020, which is supposed to favour residential parking in inner city neighbourhoods, suburbs over short-term parking, but all 14 options considered provided better outcomes for short-term parking than residence parking, and also not really clear how the option 2B was discovered when it became third worst of 14 options in the multi-criteria analysis. And then apparently the option 13 was discounted because it was felt coupons would be adversely impact hospital staff, but this option 2B even worsely impacts hospital staff. So really unclear how 2B was chosen and not supported by, again, quite a flawed MCA process. But again, the actual robust analysis and assessment determining that outcome wasn't shared with submitters. So in quite a lot of darkness, a little bit of unhappiness with the engagement, but I'm down to a minute, so I won't talk about that. And just some summary, really, that it's misaligned. It's probably not the best solution. It's not, as you've heard from all people on both sides, the cyclists feel that it doesn't do enough, it's not safe and protected. The residents don't feel enough because you take away parks. And that's just, I guess to me, an outcome of a poor process. It should have been quite clearly identified that you can't move the trucks and buses off Adelaide Road, so the cycle lane could have been considered to go somewhere else. And potentially that would be like maybe from a roundabout from D Street up through the council land to join on through Martin Lucky to the top of Rintoul Street, or potentially alternatively, maybe the cycleway should have been split and two roads, one for north, one for southbound, so that there wasn't so much pressure, I guess, on the other activities and functions of the street. I'd be really concerned, I guess, if the council endorsed this, given, I guess, the lack of alignment with their previously declared policies. Thanks. 1 second questions.
That's right. We do have time for. Had a couple of no-shows for submissions, so we've a little bit of time.
Thank you,
Councillor Randall.
Thank you very much, Justin. It's just the sort of analysis that I like to try and do too, and thank you for pointing these things out because I hadn't been through this in the detail. 2 questions. First of all, when you asked for this information, how long ago did you ask for that?
I was originally told that somebody would be made available at the drop-in session to talk to me. And I went to that drop-in session, but then was told once I was there that they were not going to be able to talk to me about it. I then followed that up via email and was told that they wouldn't talk to me about it and I should just put my concerns in my submission.
Okay, and your email was how long ago?
I guess the drop-in session must have been probably 6 weeks ago, I guess, maybe.
So thank you. The second question is, what do you think should happen next, given that this plan is not properly aligned to our own strategy?
Yeah, I think that's really disappointing. I think you should be sending it back to council officers, noting that obviously there's not an unlimited pool of funds, but I really feel that if the priority is to create a safe and separated network, then they should have looked at outcomes that delivered that, and not this compromise solution that doesn't provide for a cycle lane that's safe for a 10-year-old, because say on Adelaide Road past my house, there'll be in a painted lane, but then merging back into traffic at 50k with buses and trucks. No, I don't want my 10-year-old on that. And yet it also takes away huge amounts of parking and delivers some very unjust outcomes to some people. And if you're going to have unjust outcomes, it's really reliant on you to ensure that you've had a really robust and fair process. Mm-hmm. And I don't fear this is. It feels like lots of decisions have been made to put forward, like say for Rintoul Street North, South, that you've proposed the lowest weighting scoring outcome to go forward, but on what basis, I guess? Why was that information not shared? And if you're just going to cherry pick and just do what you want, then I guess that raises questions, I guess, of the sort of Section 77 as well, about your obligation to consider all practical alternatives and to assess the merits of those.
Okay.
Thank you.
Councillor McNulty, is your question fairly brief? Or
could be. It's really my question is brief.
And could the answer be fairly brief?
Sorry.
It's all right. It's just that we're going over a time, but I'm allowing it. Right.
Okay. Look, I just wanted to pick up on you talked about the outcome being from compromising in too many areas. I guess I'll just put a counter view. Is it just that with the immense car parking pressure from the hospital residents and with cyclists ideally wanting a protected cycleway in both directions, we just simply can't deliver and make all parties happy in the area?
I think there will be unhappy people regardless, and that's even more reason to have a really fair and robust process.
Okay. Thank you very much, and we appreciate your time and the information you presented.
Thank you.
We do now have Tim. Tim, are you online?
Yes, I'm here.
And
Sorry.
then we'll have a break after this. Tim, welcome. There's 5 minutes. That can include time for questions if you wish. The floor is yours.
Yeah, kia ora. Sorry, it's been a little while, and I had a little bit of trouble finding my original submission. But I just wanted to come in and say that I really supported the changes proposed in terms of making our streets safer and easier to get around. I think that we're trying to shift into a space where we're able to provide for more people in different ways, and I thought that a reasonable compromise was proposed. And so, yeah, I really strongly supported the changes as they were put forward by the council. Yeah.
Thank you. That's nice and brief. Do we have any questions for Tim?
And I live in Newtown, sorry.
Newtown. Are you speaking mainly on the bike and bus changes or mainly on the parking changes?
All of the changes. It's worth noting that I don't personally own a car, and I technically own a bike, but it is very rusty and falling apart. And part of that is because of how safe I feel when I'm out, walking around, and if I feel like I would be safe biking into areas. But I have, I've used a car in the area, and I haven't found it a problem, and I don't consider that the changes proposed would create issues there either.
Thank you. Are there any other questions for Tim? No, it looks like you've been very clear and very concise, and we really thank you. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Okay, we will move to a break. Our next speaker is at 2:35, so we'll break until then, so that's 15 minutes. Good time for a stretch. And if everyone could be back promptly, then that'd be appreciated. Thank you. welcome to the table or the podium, whichever feels better. And you've got 5 minutes. That needs to include questions. The floor is yours.
Kia ora, my name is Flavia. I live in Island Bay, and I'm here because I'm the mom always hurrying up to pick up the kids at 3 when they were tiny. But they start to grow, and they stop going to Island Bay School and going to Swiss. So at 3 o'clock, I didn't really need to be at school. I could be biking home, and at the time that sometimes I would scream, "Mom, make me a hot chocolate. Mom, make me a smoothie," because I was passing home on my way, and my kid would see me and scream, "Mom, give me food when I come home." So, and that's why I'm here. On those days, if you pass at around Behampoa around 3 o'clock, you're going to see a bunch of green around. All the kids going back home, some walking, some scootering, and some biking, and that's why I'm here, because it's busy. It's extremely busy. The dairy close to the Swiss school, it's impossible. Don't try to go there at 3 o'clock. Anyways, I'm here because of that. Some days we go there and we see the kids having fun and everything, and some of them in the bike. And you see some that did the training, looking in the back and everything, but they're 11, 12, maybe 13-year-old. And they're having fun, talking to their friends, "I'm gonna beat you," and stuff like that, all fun. And then you're like, nice. And then why that car went so close to that kid? Doesn't need to be that close. And then you see the young kids with the scooterings jumping crazy, super fast on the footpath. And the older people trying to walk around the same area. So it's very busy. I'm here to support the cycle lane. Why? To exactly improve that area. Those are the most, fragile people. They don't have much spatial awareness. They try, but they are still very young. And sometimes it's like, I'm a mom. I don't want to see a kid that close passing by. And that's why I said, my experience is that, and it's not pleasant when I see something like that. It's quite scary. And I believe for a pedestrian, around 3 o'clock, in that whole area, it's not very fun as well, with the scooters zooming down the hills. The kids all having their time because they're 11, 12. And that's why I'm here to support the cycle lane. And saying that, I just want to have one remark. My friend had a friend that used to bike every day and sometimes get to school dripping cold and wet. And why you do that? Well, makes me happy, makes me more focused in classroom, makes me more energized and awake. So it's so much better for me being here, awake and paying attention at school. That's why I bike every day. So there is also the benefits of the activeness of the kids to go to school in an active way and be alert and learning and being better students for the teachers and their classmates. And that's me. That's why I came here. And if you have any questions, I'm happy to answer.
Thank you, Flavia. I do have a question. How important will this link be in terms of being the missing connection between the Island Bay Cycleway and the other infrastructure in the city?
But I'm saying that I saw not only kids going to Island Bay, but also coming down to Newtown, for their houses. It's all that Rinto Street, all that area over there, you see extremely busy. And yes, then there's the cycle lane. It's much easier for the kids in Island Bay. You can see them going to the protected cycle lane straight away. That's why I'm supporting that link, especially between Behampoa, Newtown, and Island Bay, because it meets all those kids around over there.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Are there any other questions for Flavia?
Does that answer your question?
It does. Thank you. Are there any other questions? No. Thank you very much for coming in, and thank you for your feedback.
No worries. Thank you. Now I'm going to go my pickups. See ya.
So now I think we do have Brock. Welcome. The floor is yours. You're welcome to be at the podium or the table, and you have 5 minutes.
Thank you. Yes, apologies for me getting my timings mixed up. Hi, I'm Brock. I'm a dad, and our family lives in Island Bay. Thank you for the time to speak today on the proposed improvements for people on bikes between Behampoa and Newtown, connecting with our home in Island Bay. Yesterday, my partner told you what happened when someone drove their car into her and our child while they were on her bike on the way to daycare in Berempore, and how lucky they were that they survived the impact and being dragged along the road. My sister, some years ago, was on her bike, headed home from Tinakori, when someone opened their car door onto her as she was biking past. Among other things, she was taken into surgery to have the end of one of her fingers reattached. I tell you this because of how real this all is to me, and how the only thing that stopped anything worse from happening to my partner, our child, and my sister was luck. Luck that a car wasn't moving faster, luck that it wasn't an SUV or a ute, which could have dragged them underneath its wheels, luck that there wasn't a car behind them to run them over as they lay on the road. None of the people in those cars were trying to hurt my family, but people make mistakes. Our streets leave no room for mistakes. On a bike, forced into a lane, with people driving cars and SUVs and utes and trucks, all moving at high speed, everyone distracted and stressed and bored and in a hurry. I don't want to rely on luck when one of those people makes a mistake. I just want us to all have some protection for my family, for everyone. And on a bike, that means a safe, protected, connected bike network. So the route, we've been looking forward to this, completing the safe connection between the central city and the south coast. Our family bikes this route most days. We play sports at Wakefield Park throughout the year. We meet friends at the pub in Berempore, on Saturday mornings at Gramercy, take our children to play dates at friends' houses in the area, and everything beyond too. This route is how we ride from the south coast to the rest of Wellington, for shopping, seeing friends, kids' birthday parties. Overall, the proposed changes for this route are easily an improvement over the safety of this route today. But between Berempore and Island Bay, opposite Wakefield Park, for half a kilometre, anyone riding the safe connection to the south coast will be forced into 50 km/h traffic on the high-speed section of Adelaide Road, pushed into the path of trucks and utes and SUVs, squeezed up against parked cars, doors springing open without notice, with no protection, no room for mistakes. This isn't safe or a connection. This choice along the length of Wakefield Park was made to give people more places to leave their cars, aligning both sides of the streets with car parks. It prioritises parked cars and the convenience of parking over the safety of families like mine. It creates a half-kilometre long cut in the route, leaving the connection incomplete, and that cut makes the entire route inaccessible to most people. The idea that kids will use this route to ride home from Berempore School or Swiss or Wakefield Park, forced into 50 km/h traffic, our child won't be doing that. Wakefield Park doesn't need more car parks. It needs more ways for people to get there without needing a car. It should be a key connection in the bike network, not the thing that cuts it in half. Use all that extra road space opposite Wakefield Park for a protected bike lane to connect up the route, and not as another place for people to leave their cars. Complete the safe connection between the central city and the south coast. Prioritise people over parking. We need safe, protected, connected bike networks, and we need more than just luck to keep us safe. Thank you.
Thank you, Brock. We do have a question from Councillor Chung.
Thanks very much for your presentation. We've been told regarding Wakefield Park that a lot of people come in there to play sports from other districts, not just from Island Bay, but from Wainui, Kōrau, and different places. And it's very, very difficult for them to come in on public transport and certainly to be riding a bike in. So how would you see any compromise between that? Because when they come in, they obviously need a place to park.
Yeah, I guess I'd ask that question of you, like what are the outcomes you're looking for from this project? Is it a safe, connected cycle route between the city and the south coast? Or is it a patchwork of bike lanes split up for car parks?
Well, I think, and it's very difficult to speak on behalf of my colleagues here, but I'm looking to try and have a compromise to suit as many people as possible.
I was a bit slow to point out that we're here to hear from you, Brock, and it's not actually an opportunity to ask us questions, not at this part of the process. So, yeah. But we do appreciate what you've been able to talk to us about, and we also appreciated hearing from your wife about her experience, which was obviously pretty traumatic. But thank you for coming. coming in and sharing with us.
For your time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Now we've got Emma online. Welcome, Emma.
Hello, everyone. Firstly, apologies. I would put my camera on, but it's just showing my ceiling for some reason. So it's just me talking, if that's okay with everybody.
That's absolutely fine. You have 5 minutes.
Awesome. Thank you. So first of all, I just want to say I don't disagree with cycleways, but I do feel that the ones that have been rolled out so far seem to be like a really good idea, but executed very badly. They seem to divide the communities, with the Island Bay one being a classic example. A bit about myself. I personally don't cycle. I have dyspraxia, which is effectively at the heart of that is a coordination issue, meaning it wouldn't be safe for me to cycle. I'm a single parent. I have 2 young children. I live up a classic Wellington hilly street, and access to my property is via 30 plus steps. I use the Park by Wakefield and the surrounding fields almost every week. And to do this minus a car would be so hard. I think the proposed plan for me offers more inconvenience than benefit, and I feel that I'm not the only one in that situation. You only have to go past the local sports field on any given weekend to see the numerous activities taking place there. To remove those car parks would mean that those people either need to find an alternative mode of transport, which often doesn't exist if you live kind of far up in the hills, or you need to arrive early to find an elusive parking spot. There's also, like I've just touched upon, the limited public transport. And I know that the public transport falls outside of the remit of the council. However, to just say, hey, we'll build it and, public transport isn't our problem, feels like we're jumping to a solution without addressing like the barriers that would mean that people would still be able to use the facilities. I've had a water leak in my street for months. The hedges are strewn with rubbish. There's dog mess on the surrounding pathways. Rather than focusing on cycleways, maybe we should look to direct our attention to fixing the basics before we go into pumping money into cycleways. As I've said above, I'm genuinely not opposed to cycleways. I think in my proposal, I said, well, look, could there be like a solution, like a clearway solution, imposed like a peak travel time for cyclists and then leaving weekend activities free for those who wish to use the Wakefield Park to attend games. And I feel that way would be doing something that benefits us all.
Thank you.
That's me.
Do we have any questions for Emma? Thank you, Emma.
No worries.
I'm actually not seeing any, but thank you for the feedback, and we appreciate your time.
No, thank you.
Thank you. Madalena, welcome. So you have 5 minutes, and that can include questions if you wish.
Okay. Hello, I'm Maddie. So basically, my parents are split up, so they live in different places. One of them lives in kind of Ara Valley area, and the other one lives in Berrinpore, very close to the protected cycle lane proposal. I've actually noticed something quite interesting from the Newtown cycle lanes, which is that I live in Ara Valley most of the time, but then sometimes I go and visit in Berrinpore, and I've noticed that for me personally, from the Newtown cycle lanes, I've actually spent a lot more time with the parent in Berrinpore, because I actually feel safe staying there until when it's dark and biking, because we don't have a car, so I bike there and back. And it's actually really crazy, yeah, like I've actually seen that I spend more time with my parent because I feel safe staying there until like 8, 9 p.m. when it's dark, and I don't feel like I have to worry as much. And before, I would just leave at like 5 because I just would not want to risk it, because I've had lots of near misses kind of all over the place, which do make me a bit anxious, but it just feels, you just like when you ride on a protected bike lane, it just feels like just the joy of biking and not anything else. Not like anxiety about cars opening their doors, and when they do it like 3 meters in front, that's just like really hurts, I guess, mentally. Also, like, I've noticed lots of buses and cars, like when I'm going up Rintle, they just like kind of clog up. So either they go really fast and overtake, or they kind of just like build up behind me, and it just feels inefficient. And I have gotten some middle fingers from like the cars that are stuck behind the buses, because they're kind of forced to be there, and then they get angry at me, which is also scary. And I just thought, like, I don't go much further than Berhampore, like into Island Bay, but it's not really a reliable bike network for everyone, and it's not enticing if it's just lots of chunks. Like, I know people, like some of my friends and people from school, who are just kind of scared of what stops them from biking is the in-between bits. It's the bits where there isn't a protection, I guess. And I totally see that, and I would be too if it wasn't my only mode of transport. Yeah, that's about it for me.
Thank you. I have a question. So how important is it for you to have this independence and to be able to kind of move around the city under your own steam on a bike, compared to having to rely on, say, a bus or something else?
Yeah, well, it's really amazing because, like, when I actually just graduated a few days ago, but when I was going to school, I can, like, leave when I want. Like, I don't have to, if a bus is late, that doesn't matter. I still get to school on time. If someone, if I lived with, like, siblings, I know people who do, they have to wait for their siblings and then they get driven there all together. It's, like, very dependent on external things. And I just get to school so much faster, and I generally just, like, feel alive and awake when I get there. And it just makes me feel really good. Also, there's been periods where I've had to, like, I go grocery shopping with, like, a pannier on my bike, and that makes me feel just so independent and strong. And yeah, like, I would rather go a longer way to go on the bike lanes than to go the way that I would go if I was in a car, which is a lot less safe. So it's just like, it just makes me, it's just like more like new bike lane, safer, happier, basically, for me.
Lovely.
At least.
We've got the Deputy Mayor actually wanting to ask a question.
Thanks, Madalena. And just really great to hear your experience. I'm just interested in being a family that doesn't have a car, but I just wanted to know too, if you're visiting one of your parents in Berhampore, have they been aware of this process that's going on and the parking plan? I know that you don't have a car, but do you know if they have any opinions or ideas for this whole proposal? Because they're quite interlinked. Yeah. Being able to get the bike lane in, we need to move the cars off the main street. Yeah.
So my parent in Berhampore does share a car with the other person living in their house, and so they did actually make a submission on the parking and on the bike lanes, I think, but because they're kind of I'm going to just like summarize what they think, but they said they told me personally they were quite conflicted because they love bike lanes and they bike, like 99% of the time they bike places, but also when it affects them personally, they're like, so they didn't actually make an oral submission on the parking because they didn't want their personal, like, ego, do I want to say, get in the way of what they truly value, and they agree that more bike lanes are better. But yeah, definitely they want the bike lanes. They're just a little bit worried about the parking being more difficult, but they're like, they've weighed it up and they want the bike lanes. So,
thank you, Madeline.
Thank you, Madalena. That's really helpful.
Thank you. Thank you. We appreciate you coming. We do need to move on. So, Jenny, do we have Jenny online? I can see you there. Welcome. Hi, Jenny.
Thank
There's
you.
5 minutes, which needs to include questions if you want it to. Floor is yours.
Thank you. I'm a wheelchair user and a very long-term resident of Brindhole Street in Newtown. When I purchased the cottage, with not having car parking wasn't an issue. I used to pull up outside whenever I wanted to. And of course, that's changed over the years as the population in Newtown's increased and actually in the street, and particularly with the change to the regional hospital. So there's been parking challenges for a really long time. So it's really hard to imagine what it's going to be like to have even less car parks. I approached the council some years ago requesting a disability car park to be put outside the doctors, and that would have been close enough for me to be able to use as well. And that was refused because the street wasn't wide enough. I've had discussions with neighbours over the years about residential parking, about making changes. Various people around the neighbourhood have been in contact with the council, and we've never made any shift towards there being a solution that solved the fact that there's no longer enough parking for the cars that are already here. So I'm really concerned about what that's going to mean when car parks are taken away and such a significant number of car parks removed. I receive personal care daily, and I've had situations where carers haven't been able to park and have ended up just driving away, and I haven't received my care. So this isn't just about being a car owner. I gave up owning a car some time ago because when I'd come home, I couldn't guarantee I'd be able to park close enough to the house for me to be able to walk. And so I'd end up parked way away and just sitting in the car for an hour plus, waiting for someone to move so I could get closer to the house. It's been such a long-term problem and so difficult to deal with. To have it made worse is really concerning. I'm already extremely limited, extremely dependent on others to go out, to the extent that I actually purchased myself an electric wheelchair so that I could get down the street. But that brings its own problems, that the weight's too much, that I can't use a normal taxi, that pushes me to having to use wheelchair taxi. I've had wheelchair taxi bookings cancelled too often now to rely on them. So if I go out with my electric wheelchair, I have to be able to get home with my electric wheelchair as well. So that puts a lot of pressure on me in terms of my health ability to get myself out and home again. So all of these things are making this a much more stressful process for me than it would have been if I was able-bodied and could park my car a long distance away. And when I did have a car, the reason it was important to me is I used public transport during the week when I was working, but when it came to children's sport and visiting family in the Hutt Valley, being able to use the car was really important on the weekends, and I find that really noticeable about how Wellington traffic is so bad on a Saturday. So I think there's a lot of use of our lifestyle activities on the weekends. I have family that come in from the Hutt Valley to play football at Wakefield Park. So I'm torn between the benefits of cycle lanes and the realities of life. And I travelled to Copenhagen to visit my son there. I know the benefits of cycle lanes. I thoroughly enjoy being able to get around in my wheelchair without difficulty. But cycle lanes or no cycle lanes, it doesn't change the fact that I can't get around with that ease in Wellington because of the camber of the roads, the difficulty on the drop curbs because of the big wide gutters for the heavy rain, the various ways that it is so challenging for me to just go from place to place. I have to cross roads numerous times because there's no drop curbs or because of the camber is so dangerous on a particular spot. So I'm toing and froing around to try and get places safely. I can't use the cycle lanes because the speed of a bicycle is so much faster than the wheelchair, and the speed of a scooter as well. I wouldn't feel safe using cycle lanes, and I don't use them in Copenhagen either. I stay on the footpath. So there's just lots of ways that I think my perspective might be different, and that's why I wanted to speak to you today. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It's been very useful for us to hear that you, as you say, that different perspective. We have unfortunately run out of time for questions, but we really, really appreciate your time and commitment in coming to speak to us.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Jenny. Ratika Budia, online or in person? Online. Welcome.
Online. Hello, so my name's Rudika. I'm a staff member at Pacific Radiology. I spend a lot of my time during the week here at Wakefield Hospital. We don't have parking for staff here, so we do park out on Rintoul Street. It does mean having to come in early, find a park, especially with construction happening at the moment. Finding a park as it is quite hard. My main concern is with the public hospital down the road, also the hospital here. Finding it hard. It's hard to find staff as it is. Getting rid of parking as well and having that as another issue will make it difficult to find staff. We already have staff that don't want to come here because there's no parking. I live in Strathmore myself. Trying to get a bus here would take me at least an hour and a half and probably multiple bus trips. It's not a good way for me to get to work or a productive use of my time. So I do a drive to work. We also do work on call, which means if we come in and there's nowhere for us to park, we can't come into the hospital to do what we need to do. So getting rid of the parking here does not seem like a very good idea for myself, and same with a lot of the staff here as well. We do feel this quite strongly about this.
Yeah. Thank you. Yes. I'm a bit interested that you say it's so difficult to catch the bus, because I can remember that we did raise with Metlink the need for a connection between Strathmore and the hospital, because there are a lot of cleaners and other people that and yourself, professional people. Yeah. Is there still an early bus that gets you there in a reasonable time? It would be
honestly, like the way our shifts change and the way the buses are and how unreliable our bus network is, I couldn't rely on the buses to get me here. Even if I did want to get a bus, I would probably have to walk from the top of the hill to the bottom to try get a bus to get me here on time. And with the way the weather is, unsheltered walking, I'd be soaked by the time I even made it to work.
That's interesting feedback. We've got Councillor Abdurrahman who has a question as well.
Kia ora, and thank you for coming during your submission. A lot of people seems to be not really understanding how the nursing shift works, and could you please tell us a little bit around that, and maybe that is why carpooling might not work as well for those people who work in the hospital. Just tell us what the shift looks like for you on a weekly basis.
So I work privately, so my shifts start anywhere between 6:30 to 9:15. They vary day to day, and we don't all start at the same time for us. We have one person starting, if I'm in X-ray, one person starting 6:30, one at 8, one at 8:30, or here in MRI we're at 7:30, 8 o'clock, 8:30, 9:15. There's no way for us to actually carpool either. We all live in different parts of the city. It's not easy to do. There's a school next door, there's a medical centre down the road, the main hospital down the road, there's already lots of parking. So, and with the construction happening as well, there's a whole lot of construction workers here parking on the street. There's actually really hard to find a park. We have to park 5-10 minutes away as it is at the moment at times, and then run into work.
Other thing is, how do you come to know about the consultations and officers engaged with you, and do you guys have a union, and anything that you want to share with us about your colleagues as well?
I'm not part of the union here. We found out, I've seen the submissions this will come up on Facebook and things as well about this happening, which is how I put in the submission. We shared it around with other colleagues here, so I'm not sure if they've had a chance to put in a submission or anything. I have talked to a few people here that we already struggle to find parks as it is, and for the people that walk or use public transport, it works for them. For myself, like we move between Wakefield Hospital, Bowen Hospital, Walcott Hospital, so I don't use public transport. Sometimes we have to move during the day. If I'm here at Wakefield, there's times where we have to go across to Southern Cross Hospital, so we've got to have our transport to be able to get us across. If I need to go from here to Southern Cross for something urgent there, we're given 15 minutes to get there. If I have to walk 10 minutes to get to my car before I can get there, and then try to find a park at that end as well, it doesn't work very well for patient care.
We actually have a huge number of questions, and probably unless everybody's really swift, we're not going to be able to get through them all. Councillor McNulty, you haven't asked one for a while, so I'm giving you the chance, and then Councillor Randall.
Cool. I'm just wondering, something I learnt on our site visit, but only a few of the committee came to, was that Wakefield Hospital were actually originally given consent to build a car park on site, and they said that they didn't need the capacity of that car park, that they would be able to do their operations inside. So you're telling us explicitly that that is not the case in terms of Wakefield Hospital's current facilities. Is that correct?
Currently, no, we don't have park. There's construction happening, and they've told us after all the construction is complete, there may be staff parking. There will be parking for patients, but we've never confirmed whether there will be staff parking or not.
Okay, thank you. And we'll move quickly to Councillor Randall.
Yes, I'm just interested in terms of what engagement you've had with your management. Have your management come to you and outlined the situation? Because it sounds like you've picked it up from social media, but there's no particular engagement. Can you describe your engagement through the management of Wakefield or Southern Cross?
I'm not sure if that's been approached ourselves. They may have gone to our managers about it. We haven't been told that ourselves, but from a staffing level, this is how I feel, so I wanted to put that through.
No, fair enough. Thank you very much.
Okay, well, thank you very much. It's been very useful feedback, and we appreciate your time.
Thank you.
We're moving to John Luke Day. Hi, welcome.
Kia ora koutou. Really appreciate the chance to get a chance to speak. I'm sure it's been a long day for all of you, but I found it truly remarkable every time we get to come and share our views and you listen to us for such a long period. So thanks very much for hearing us out. I live in Berrenport, right at the end of Rintle Street, so this is firmly my hood, and the Rintle Street route is the route we take every single day to get to work, to get to Newtown shops, to drop our kids at a daycare. So this is an important route for me and my family, and I'm married with Kate, and we've got a 3-year-old Wilfred and a 1-year-old Evie. A while ago, Kate and I started to realise that, I guess the thing that was weighing heaviest on us was the prospect of climate change, this being the most significant issue the world is facing, like of existential proportions. And we decided that we really couldn't look our children or our grandchildren in the eye unless we were prepared to make significant fundamental changes to our lifestyle. So we did a whole bunch of research to work out what would make the biggest difference for our current lifestyle. We read Climate Change Commission reports and talked to people in the know, and we decided that perhaps one of the biggest difference we could make was to eliminate fossil fuel private car use for short distance journeys. So we bought an e-bike with 2 kids' bike seats on the back, and we sold our car. So now our e-bike is our primary form of transport to do whatever we need to do in life, whether it's go to shops, drop the kids off at daycare, go and see family around town. We take pretty much all our trips by our e-bike, and sometimes we'll use the bus depending on the weather, but we are utterly committed to our life in South Wellington. We're utterly committed to living without a car. And to be frank, we kind of feel like we're living the dream, because the e-bike has just been essential for our well-being, and we're feeling healthier. The kids love it as we zoom along. I want to reiterate a lot of the sentiment that Madalena shared a moment ago. It's absolutely wonderful to be able to cycle, and it's absolutely wonderful to get around town knowing that we're not impacting our planet. It's essential for us. But the biggest challenge for us in making that transition from being a car family to a no car family, the biggest transition hasn't been the loss of comfort or convenience. The biggest challenge has been the concerns for the safety of our tamariki. Like before we had the cycleway go down to the basin and onto the waterfront, every single journey was so anxiety inducing. You know, we were so close to busy traffic, big vehicles, big buses, lots of near misses. Only last week, as I was cycling down Rintle Street, I nearly got car doored by a ute. I was literally inches away from a quite nasty accident, that being the stretch without cycle lanes right now. So the cycle lanes for us that have been put in so far have literally been life-changing. They've changed everyday journeys from being something that felt life-threatening and anxiety-inducing to something that's been an absolute joy for us and our tamariki. And this last stretch, the Berrenpore stretch, the Rintle Street stretch, is the last piece of the puzzle for us. And it's a really critical piece of roading because the road's so narrow, it's congested, and it's a key bus route. So not only does it feel dangerous to cycle, cyclists will quite often hold up traffic going up that steep hill, and it can be feel quite daunting having motorists behind you, having people make dodgy maneuvers, potentially getting car doored as well from time to time. So I'm guessing after a long day of submissions, you've probably heard a lot of concerns both ways about the cycleway and a lot of concerns about the loss of car parking, which I acknowledge for some people is a real concern. But I just wanted to share our experience and our journey, both figuratively and literally, to living without a car and what a difference it's made for us. It's really improved the quality of our life, and we've learned to live without a car really well because of cycleways, and I really hope that other people can do the same. This bit of infrastructure, this cycleway, is absolutely critical for that. So I absolutely commend the plans as they currently are to councillors. That's all I wanted to say. Thank you.
Thank you. We do have time. Iona, Councillor Pannett.
Thank you, John Luke. It's so awesome to hear that you have also made this choice. What are the other things that could be done to get more families car-free? So, you know, like subsidies for low-income families to get the electric bike or lower speed limits, those kinds of things. Thank you.
Other things to encourage families to cycle. I'm not an expert on this, and there are people who have got far more knowledge than me around it. I think we just need to do everything we can to normalise cycling. Car travel is just so pervasive as the norm in Aotearoa, New Zealand, that there's simply not much imagination to do things differently, in my view. Like other countries in the world, parts of the world, just see cycling on par with other forms of transport. And I think it's just part of normalising that, seeing it's safe, seeing it's eminently doable, seeing other people do it and what benefits that brings. It's just that kind of basic culture shift. But like I said, other people will know more than me.
Thank you very much, John Luke. It's useful to hear all the perspectives, and thank you for the time you've taken to come. Just like to invite Jaffa. I hope I'm saying that correctly.
Jaffa, but with a Z.
Yeah, Zaffa. Right, Zaffa, you're welcome. Thank you for waiting so patiently.
No, that's okay. Thank you for having me. So my name is Zaffa, and I'm a resident of Balmoral Terrace in Newtown. And actually, I'm here on behalf of my whole street. We would just like to kind of note the following points. We feel that this plan hasn't been well socialised. Many residents were unaware that this was happening. Apparently there was a leaflet drop, but not one person in our street received it. We actually heard it through the grapevine. In 2019-2020, this council committed to area-based planning, which has not happened. The issues for the hospital end of Newtown are very different from those experienced at our end of Newtown. And just prior to COVID, there was a study of parking needs undertaken by the council, but it was just a really short snapshot, and it was done twice, and it was truly not representative of the true parking needs of residents. Not everyone can ride a bike or walk distances. We actually think the new cycleways are great, but our current footpaths don't work for anyone with mobility issues. And actually, people can have mobility issues and not be eligible for a mobility sticker. The criteria for that is actually quite high. And there is still a large number, and I walk in and out of the city every day from Newtown, and there are still large numbers of cyclists using the footpath, even now that the cycleway is there, and I've had a couple of really close calls with people riding bikes. I don't know anyone at my end of Newtown who can afford an EV. However, if council are paying for them, I'll put my hand up for one. The joy of Newtown has always been its diversity, and we all get along, young, old, gang, migrant, refugee, and this plan actually means that many people are going to have to move out to make way for what we see are those people who can afford EVs or are able-bodied. There also seem to be a number of assumptions made in this plan about garages. Like many of the older houses in the area, some of us have garages that are just not fit for purpose. An example of this is that we have one small Japanese car, and it does actually fit in the garage, but you can't get out, only through the boot. We decided to get a number of quotes to look at making that garage big enough to take the car, and actually because 3 of the walls are also retaining walls, the cheapest quote came in at $100,000. Again, actually, do council know who lives in our suburb and what we can actually afford? And I just want to add a point on that, because that garage isn't used for a car. Our garage is used for e-bikes and scooters for the whole street. We've always done that. Lots of people can't carry, e-bikes are quite heavy, so trying to get them up the stairs and into their homes is quite difficult. We also have problems around the proposed plan for visitors. It's like, yeah, you can come over, but you can only stay 2 hours and then you're going to have to leave. It also excludes family and friends from out of town. I note there is no plan for community parking sites that would alleviate this. And I know that in cities overseas, they have big kind of parking sites that you can hire. Better public transport is a must, but it can't be limited to the main routes from Island Bay and Kilburnie into the city. An example of this is our 24-year-old son recently moved home because he couldn't afford to rent anymore. He works in Upper Hutt and he works odd hours. He will not be cycling to Upper Hutt and back every day for work. He needs to use his car. The public transport system will not get him there. So it's kind of crazy to think that he might have to leave his job, but he's also putting his hand up if the council are handing out EVs. There seem to have been some assumptions made about where people work. We're certainly not all based at home or on the terrace or working 9 to 5. Until our city has a joined up, efficient and cheap public transport system, unfortunately some people will still need their cars to move around. We also have concerns around the annual renewal system, because while we need a system that allows for everyone to have an opportunity to be granted a sticker, and we acknowledge that people regularly move in and out of suburbs, so we're going to have some kind of process for that, it doesn't provide any surety for those who are not moving. So what are you supposed to do for your car if you get a sticker this year but not next year? An unintended consequence of this will maybe see the problem just shift out to surrounding suburbs. We need to plan for the future based on principles of universal design that allow us to be born and to die in our communities, not pushed out because those very communities can no longer support us. But we also need to be able to live in the present, which means being able to go about our everyday lives while the required infrastructure is being developed. And sometimes it's just the little things, like getting your children to sport. You know, do we say now, like, we have a family in our street who have 3 children who are all doing kind of regional sport. They have to be in multiple places around Wellington at once. They won't be able to do that.
Zephyr, I just need to ask you to make a few final points.
Okay, so I'll just say final points is, can council actually start listening to how people actually live their daily lives and what their needs are? We would like to work constructively with the council to both ease the parking congestion and to move towards a more sustainable future where public transport, cycling and walking become the norm, but actually that work for people's everyday lives.
Thank you. That's very appreciated, but we have run out of time. Thank you for your time, though. Okay, now we need to move to the next phase of our meeting, which is I'm going to be moving some recommendations, which I think we'll put up now. I believe Pauiri Hohaia is offered to second these. So the recommendations I'm putting up are fairly standard for the process that we're going through. We have obviously heard some very valuable input over the last couple of days from different perspectives and different people who are affected or interested in this proposal. So we're going to acknowledge that we've received that information and thank the submitters for their submissions. We're going to note a process issue that this decision around the Newtown parking scheme will be made at the Environment and Infrastructure Committee on the 30th of November, which is this committee that we're in now, but that the decision for the Berrimport to Newtown bike, bus and pedestrian improvements will go back to the Regulatory Processes Committee and be made on the 13th of December 2023. So I don't know if we need any debate or discussion, but if there is any, now's the time to have it.
Question before that?
Oh, you can have questions of officers if you need them. There is a seconder, yes.
Question.
I don't know that there's a huge need for questions, but if you have a question, you can put it.
Yep. So my question is, regardless to this paper, the one that's coming in 2 weeks' time.
Yes.
And then there is a traffic resolution for the parking management again, that we will be making a decision early next year. I just want to know the difference between those two. For the parking management, I think there will be a traffic resolution.
I will have to, I'm not sure about whether we have a traffic resolution for the parking management plan specifically. So what we've got here is the parking scheme will be approved or come to you for decision in the end of this month. And then for the actual bike network changes to the road, that will come to you in December.
So what I'm asking is, this parking management, the one we will be deciding on in 2 weeks' time.
Yeah.
Are we deciding anything to do with the parking management plan? Is there anything else that is coming in early next year related to the parking management?
For this, I think we needed Vida.
Yeah, who's... Let me have a look at the Ford programme while we find something. Yeah, so we're saying there will be something coming to regs early next year by the sounds of it.
So I exactly want to know what is that and what is the difference between the one we're making in 2 weeks' time and the one that's coming early next year.
Okay, you can.
Yeah. So what you're approving this year through next week's committee, or in 2 weeks' time, is the overall parking management approach. And then for those specific changes to the road that we need to implement that parking management plan, they will come back to the regs committee. So they go by way of a traffic resolution.
A minute ago, you're not sure if it's coming next year. So
No, Sean's just told me that it is.
Okay, so that's what's coming.
And actually, that's jogged my memory because I have had this discussion. So in 2 weeks' time, we're approving a kind of a generalised approach, a scheme, but that has to be supported by very detailed traffic resolutions, the actual changes on the ground, and they're coming to us next year. With another, I think they actually go up for fresh consultation for 2 weeks as well, once we get the actual details.
Okay. Can you just make me understand by giving me an example what that high level looks like in 2 weeks, and then the detail we will be making in early next year? I see where you're heading, but I'm not exactly sure what that looks like.
Yeah, so if you think back to Golden Mile, for instance, where there was a business case and a design approved for Golden Mile, so that gave you the general, you're just going to get rid of general traffic on the Golden Mile, we're going to have 2 bus lanes, we're going to extend the footpaths. All of that was approved through Environment and Infrastructure, and then you have the specific traffic resolution that actually gives the detail of how many parks, what sort of time restrictions are going to be in the parks, what changes are going to be made to the carriageway, etc. So those are done via a traffic resolution, which undergo another consultation, and they all go to the regs committee.
So let me get this right again. What we will be deciding in 2 weeks' time is we're just going to say parking management, we're going to approve for this area, but in early next year we are saying, oh, this area is going to be 2 hours or 180
Yeah, so this is
minutes.
a number of residence parks you're going to have, these are the number of restricted parks, these are types of restrictions you're going to have. That'll come early next year.
And in 2 weeks, you're going to be approving that you want us to go ahead and do the traffic resolution. So you're approving you want a parking scheme for this area. And then we go into the detail Siobhan said.
Again, it sounds different for me from what I heard, but okay, let me take it outside the line. Okay.
Other questions? Okay, Councillor Chung.
Thanks very much. I'm getting a little bit confused about why we're having it in two, why we're making one decision in the Regs Committee and one in the Environmental Committee, because I was at the previous Regs Committee, and it seems to me that we were lucky to actually make a quorum because there weren't enough members here. So I think it's a big risk to actually put things onto the Regs Committee now because we don't seem to be getting that support. And I think it'll be safer to have it in the Environmental Committee.
Okay, so that decision has been very well canvassed as to how this process was going to run. Normally this decision would have actually been dealt with in the Regs Committee as well, but because this is a brand new approach, this parking management is quite a new approach, we've decided to actually bring it to a committee of the whole. Yeah. I think it's anyway, Councillor Calvert, your question.
Yeah, so given this paper's coming to us with the meetings in 2 weeks' time, so we will get the papers out next week. So has the draft paper already been written?
And we're in the process of writing the draft paper, but there's been a lot of different submissions here through the oral submissions that also we need to make sure we've incorporated.
So have you got sufficient time from hearing these 2 days worth of submissions to be able to incorporate that and go through the formal process behind the scenes of everyone, being accepted by senior management to then be able to publish the papers next Thursday?
Okay, I've actually got a question, and I should know this, but I don't. Can you just remind me how many written submissions we've had through this process? I know it's a very high number.
1,577.
So there's a huge number of written submissions of which we've heard a subset also come along and give us their oral submission. And we've had the chance to ask some questions of those submitters.
Just follow on from that.
Sure.
So of those 1,500, I noticed we've had 1,142 on the parking scheme. So you're saying we've had 1,100 on the parking scheme and 400 on the cycleways, or are they all together?
I can't answer that right now, but that will be some of the detail that is in the paper.
Okay, if there's no further questions, I will move into debate. Would you like to say anything as seconder? Not yet, okay, or not. Is there any further debate? Councillor Calvert.
Yes, I'd like to move an amendment to amend recommendation number 2.
Sorry. Right, so thank you for letting the DEM Services staff know that, and so we have had the chance to put that amendment up. Do you have a seconder for this amendment? Okay, Councillor Randall. I will just take a look. I haven't actually seen it myself, but we'll just pause the meeting for a couple of minutes so we can all actually take note. Councillor Pennant, but just to signal that I may be ruling this out of order, but Councillor Pennant, you have your question anyway.
Yeah, thanks, Councillor Free. Yeah, that would be my question. I think it's highly irregular to be pausing a process when we're in the middle of submissions. You know, the officers need to go away and think about it. So if I could just have some officers' advice, that would be helpful. Thank you.
Well, I might as well say that I've decided with officer advice that this is actually out of order for this point in time in the process. So the reason being that we have had 1,577 submissions, of which we have heard a subset, and we haven't yet had the chance to receive officer advice on the full submissions, and that further that although I understand the concerns, there is a process here, and you are very welcome to bring this amendment to our meeting on the in 2 weeks' time if that's still a concern for you, having read the officer report, which we haven't yet had a chance to receive. So I am ruling it out of order, and if you wish to challenge that, you may do so. Oh, we have a question from Councillor McNulty.
Yeah, it's just another one around process, and thanks, Sarah. I think you made the right call there. But given we don't actually have you've obviously stepped in to chair this meeting, but is there anything in the standing orders that would mean that we actually need the official chair of the committee even to be taking these decisions into account, given Councillor Brown's not there?
I am the chair. That decision was made. We have to have a chair, and the decision was made that I would step into that role for this meeting.
Okay, so you're taking over for that. Yeah, that makes sense.
We have to have a chair.
Cool.
Nice try, Ben.
Okay, so are you wanting to challenge that ruling, or are you happy to move on and we go back to the recommendations as they are on the table?
I want to debate.
Okay, away you go.
Hang on.
Out of order, are you allowed to
can't have a debate
on it? I'm not sure
I'm
about
debating on the recommendations.
Oh, I see. Okay, you're not challenging my ruling that yours is out of order.
No, I'll move on because I'll say exactly what I'll be saying, whether I was challenging or not.
Right. Well, we've ruled that out of order, but you're welcome to debate on the substantive.
Yep.
Okay. So this is a committee of the whole. It's not a subcommittee. I was actually writing a note about what we've been hearing today, in particular from our health providers or people that work in these organisations. And I'm thinking, why are we proceeding with this at this stage? Surely there's something we can do. Now, we're meant to be noting that this is coming back to us in 2 weeks. The officers have already drafted their recommendations, which does not give rise to actually thinking about what these submissions over the last 2 days we've been hearing. Now, I know that we've all had the written submissions, but as we know with oral submissions, we often hear a greater depth of information from people, and we are able to ask questions of them. And so I can't believe that we will give due diligence to all those people we've heard from for the last 2 days, and for that to be incorporated properly into a paper coming from our officers. And so this is why I wanted to move an amendment to say, look, you've got to pause, because what I'm hearing and what I'm seeing around the table is that this is a transport decision, yet we are not taking into account that this is a regional health precinct. We've got our regional hospital, we've got our children's hospital, we've got our hospice, we've got not-for-profits, and we know that not only are the workers there, but also the patients. And often when you go there, you don't choose to go there. You often go there when you're not expecting to go there. And you want staff on hand to be able to see to you. And yet we're already hearing, we know the health service is creaking. We know it's difficult getting staff. We know that operating theatres are permanently closed in our regional hospital because they can't get enough staff. And yet we want to make it even more difficult. And this is a regional hospital. This is a regional health precinct. This is not just for Newtown. This is for not only the city, which is the capital city of New Zealand, it's for the whole region, which services 400,000 people. And so we're making these choices, and we're instructing officers to carry on and say, oh, okay, yeah, look, we know the hospital should have built a car park, but it hasn't. We know there should be a better bus service, a more frequent and reliable bus service, but there isn't. We know the hospital should provide staff to help to walk staff to their cars, but we know you're in a crisis situation. You've got the orderly needing to be there in the hospital, not walk a staff member 10 minutes, quarter of an hour down the road. So yes, those services should all be there, but they're not. And we should not even be considering a parking scheme and committing council resources.
I do think that maybe this isn't relevant to the actual recommendations that are up on the table.
It is, because you want us to note the final decisions
Could you please just
coming
wrap
back.
it up, please?
Yeah.
Okay.
And so we need to understand that this is a regional health hub.
Okay.
And so I actually ask you not to note that it's coming back on the 2nd. This is an opportunity we've got not to continue on wasting resources of this city.
Right, the point of order, what was your point of order?
Well, that's already done, so I want to comment now.
Okay.
Cool.
Apologies.
Thank you so much. I think what we need to do is, this is not an easy thing. Understand, we've been working with officers very hard. Now we listen to the community, and I really want to see, whether it's drafted or not, officers to reflect all the hearings that we got until today, until this minute, and I want to see that to be noted in the paper that's coming in front of us. I have confidence officers are going to do that. If not, I'll be the first to be challenging them in 2 weeks' time, because I want to see, and I also have trust on them, and that is our job, to make them to account, the community to make us to account. In this case, what we want to do on the day, what kind of amendments we're going to do, depends on the paper. I haven't seen the paper, that's why I've been asking actually before as well. At this stage, this is about noting and approving the hearings, and I'm very happy with what is in front of us. But once the paper comes, yes, we're going to scrutinize.
Councillor Abdurrahman, now Councillor Pennant. We're in debate.
Yes, thank you, Chair. And I'll just be very brief. Look, I'd really want to thank the submitters. I've found just people detailing the challenges or the opportunities in their everyday lives was really, really valuable. And so that gives some food for thought. And I particularly enjoyed from the people who are making the shift to being car-free. It was just really encouraging for a brighter carbon-free future. Look, I just want to say in response to Councillor Calvert, and as others will say too, of course, the officers have to go and do the work. They have not drafted everything because they've got to incorporate the feedback from today. And then I'm sure there will be a robust debate even for those of us who aren't on the committee. I think this is just, this is part of our process. We agreed to an ambitious plan for biking, and now we're implementing it. And we've talked about parking and how important that is to have a rational approach. There will be a variety of views, obviously. I don't think the parking scheme actually goes anywhere near far enough, but other people will, of course, have a completely different view. So, look, just really want to say thank you. It was a really good 2 days, and look forward to seeing the recommendations. Kia ora.
Thank you for that. Councillor Foon. Oh, Deputy Mayor Foon.
Yeah, kia ora. And I just want to acknowledge all of the submitters, but also acknowledge what we're hearing today. And I fully appreciate that there's some anxiety around this. But I do just want to note that we did have a visit, a site visit, and not all councillors were there. And in that site visit, we did understand from Wellington Hospital what they were doing to help their team. And I am hearing some contradiction in what has been said there. And I guess the opportunity is for officers to help us understand that better. And that also that the Wakefield Hospital had a resource consent recently to improve the hospital. And in that resource consent, point was part of it was that staff parking was ample on the site, but I'll let officers share that with you when we're ready. So I just want to be mindful that there are two views or a wide view across the submissions that we've had in today. Thank you.
Right, just to run through what we've got Councillor McNulty, Councillor Randall, and then I will, if there's no one else, I'll have a right of reply. Or Councillor Chung. Okay, in that order. Councillor McNulty.
Well, I think that for us to not take this any further would just be doing an incredible disservice to the people that have taken the time to submit to us. This is probably, from the hearings in the year, the most supported cycleway project that I've heard of. The most support. Sorry, I'm going to move rooms. Just got a baby in here. The actual cycleway itself, there does not seem to be hardly any contestation about the need and the value of linking up Island Bay all the way through into Newtown. Now, the how is, of course, incredibly conscientious, and I'm not sold yet. I'm being clear there. I want to see what officers have done and how they're putting it through, because I'm incredibly cognizant of some very valid concerns that have been brought up around healthcare. But to say we shut this down today and we don't hear and we don't get that summary is doing an incredible disservice, in my opinion. And the Deputy Mayor has also alluded to, we spent a long time on site on Wellington Hospital talking to their team, and their team brought up the pros and cons. They represented the views of unions, the views of nurses, the views of patients. Even in terms of healthcare demand or parking demand at the hospital, there's conflict within their sort of subcategories of workers versus patients. And there's so many more complexities which, haven't been dug into. And Councillor Free and I made the call that this, and I'll take this Councillor Chung's point earlier, we thought this was so significant that this needed to come to a committee of the whole. And that's what we've done today. That's why we've brought it into this. We were adamant with officers, no, this needs to be seen by the rest of the council. So for the rest of the council not to actually engage on that visit and learn about some of those really specific details and hear from the hospital's change management team about the change management team were not fully on side with everything our officers were doing. We got a really honest, clear view from them. That's frustrating. So I'm absolutely waiting to hear this in 2 weeks. I have no doubt that Councillor Abdurrahman will be challenging anything if he feels that this is not reflected well for Newtown. We know that residents are having massive issues in Newtown with getting parking. We know that the healthcare system is hugely reliant on the public good that we're providing through parking. We know that the healthcare system isn't actually always being that fair, as the Deputy Mayor pointed out at Wakefield Hospital. They said they had staff parking when they did the resource consent. If they're a private hospital, they should be building that car park today, knowing this. But we know that there's a real demand for the cycleway to go through as well. So we have to balance those things. I'm not saying that the officers have got the perfect balance yet, but for us to try and shut this down and not even take on how the full view of what submissions are, I think is really disrespectful. So happy to put this on. I'll look forward to the paper in 2 weeks, and I'll look forward to Councillor Abdurrahman really shining a light on whether he thinks this reflects the community, as well as Deputy Mayor Thune, and reflects the desires of the Paikawakawa ward. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Randall.
Thank you, Councillor Free. So I thank the submitters too. We've had a lot of submitters saying very opposite things, but I have some very real concerns that go beyond having some anxiety around some of the submissions we've heard, because we've heard a very clear message from a number of really major health providers, including the University of Otago, Salvation Army, the Mary Potter Hospice, and Disability Action. And they've all come with the same message, which is that the viability of their service is at risk, that the exclusion, the removal, wholesale removal of hundreds and hundreds of car parks puts at risk their ability to get the staff that they need. They struggle today. Tony Payne, the Chief Executive of the Mary Potter Hospice, said that the viability is at risk. He said only 20% of people who currently drive to his operation can switch. and that was his opinion. I know that councillors had an on-site visit, but I'm really more concerned at hearing from the people who live and work in Newtown every single day. And the biggest concern is I suspect that this consultation with respect to connecting to the workers in Newtown has failed. I note, for example, that Rebecca, a nurse working at the hospital, found out about the consultation at a bus stop sign. She didn't hear about it via the hospital management. And her, having talked to her separately, she believes that a lot of hospital workers aren't even aware of this. Now, I'm sure that officers work quite hard to engage with these operations, but healthcare is under stress, and I'm not surprised that extra effort needs to be made. And it's for this reason, I think, that we need to stop and think before we go and ruin the key health precinct of our region. We also heard from Radhika, who's a private nurse, and we forget about those people. Yes, it's easy to say that Wellington Hospital or Wakefield Hospital should build a car park, but we can't go and simply remove car parks that are used today without having worked with them to make sure that their plans line up. And the same applies to public transport. Over and over and over again, people both for and against this submission say we need to get the public transport working for this whole thing to work, and yet there is no connection that I can see between what's put to us in this parking proposal and the need to improve public transport. So I think this consultation, what we've heard today, is the consultation hasn't worked.
Point of order irrelevance. I'd just like to draw attention to the chair, the fact that none of this is in scope of what the resolutions are that we're debating today, and I'm conscious that we have several people on the speaking list.
Thank you. I think we probably do need to make your last point, because I agree it's a little bit to the side.
Is to make the point is I will be voting against items 2 and 3 just to make the point that I think that's not appropriate.
Okay, Councillor Chung, and can we keep it a little bit brief, because I know the time's marching on. Have your say, but try and keep it succinct.
When have I ever been brief? To say that I haven't been moved by the submissions today would be an understatement. I have been very moved by them, particularly by the hospital workers, the nursing staff, the Mary Potter Hospice, who I have a lot of affinity for, the disability speakers, and I can't help but feel that I took an oath to actually do my very best for Wellingtonians, all Wellingtonians, or as many Wellingtonians as possible. And I see that the hospital and the healthcare system is in a very, very bad position. We heard today from another submitter, and I can't remember which one now, that we were short of 46 workers, 46 nursing staff in the neonatal division section, whatever neonatal means. But it sounds like a lot to me. And I just can't help but feel that our discussion on this now, with people saying that if we stop this project, it's disrespectful. Well, I'm not asking to stop it. I'm just asking to stop and listen to some of these people that are talking, to consider these things before we actually take any action. So that's pausing it. It's not stopping it. And so, you know, someone talked about the Wakefield Park. I think that was Councillor O'Neill, talked about Wakefield Hospital, said that they're going to build a car park. Well, we don't know the reasons why they didn't build one. We don't know these things because, and we need to have the answers for these before we actually proceed. It's, I feel that we're just pushing things through, without understanding or without taking into consideration, all the people who submitted today and exactly what position that they're all in.
Okay. Thank you. Is there any other debate? We've had 3 actually speaking for against. Unless there's anyone that wants to speak for, I might just sum up. Okay, I'm going to have my right of reply. Did you want to have your seconders? No, okay. We certainly have heard a large variety of submissions, and I really do want to sincerely thank everyone who came, and it's good to get that broad perspective. I also feel we heard from a large variety of locals and almost representatives from every single street that's in this scheme. So I do feel that we've had a very good range of submissions. I also am completely convinced that we need to complete the process. So the time to raise some of the issues and to really debate them is probably our next meeting on this, at which stage we'll be privy to the officers' report and to their reflections on what they've heard and any changes that they want to bring to us to consider. In some ways, I think that we are doing a disservice if we don't actually address the parking issues. They are there. We heard from someone living in Rintoul Street that's getting harder and harder for her to park anyway. And what we need to do is come up with solutions. And if those solutions actually include forcing the hospital to face the reality about the shortfall of their provision for their workers, then so be it. You know, there's a lot of space, private car parking space, that could be much more effectively used. Maybe this is an opportunity for a lot of different things to happen around how other people are managing car parking, because it's clear to me, looking at a Google map, that there's, you know, there are church car parks that are only used on Sundays. There's, you know, underutilised space, and maybe we need to be the ones that catalyse some rethinking about how we actually allocate space to cars. A very important point that I think was made is that you can find other solutions to parking, but we are the only people that can find the solutions for transport. And it's up to us to actually do that, because we are also hearing of a huge need out there to do things differently in terms of providing exercise and connections and choices. But more importantly, the process is the process that we're actually undertaking today is to acknowledge what we've been through today and to confirm the next steps. And so those are what these. If you don't agree with that, by all means vote against it. But the process today is about acknowledging the information we've received and confirming the next steps we're going to take. And so I now invite us all to actually vote. We will take each one separately. So we'll now vote on number one, which is... Yes. Absolutely. So we'll now vote on number one, which was to receive the information from the oral submission process and thank the submitters. Have we all voted, Nuruddin? And that's actually unanimous. We'll move to number two, which is around noting that the decision on the parking scheme will be made at the next meeting of this committee on the 30th of November 2023. And that is carried with 4 against. And we'll move to the third one, which is noting that the decision for the Berempore to Newtown bike, bus and pedestrian improvements will be made at the Regs Committee on the 13th of December. And that is carried again with 4 people opposing. And with that, I think we're coming to the end of a very long meeting. I would like to thank everybody for their attention during this meeting. It's been a long couple of days. I'd also like to thank our staff and, of course, to thank the Democracy Services support team and acknowledge, of course, Tim's brilliant work chairing the first 3 quarters of the proceedings. So I will read the closing karakia when I can find it. You're welcome to join in with me if you'd like to. Unahia, unahia, unahia ki te tapanui, kia wātia, kia mama, te nākau, te tinana, te wairua, I te ara takatū. Koe rā I rongo, whakairia āki ki ronga, kia wātia, ai rā, kua wātia. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, Sarah. You did a great job.